Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting to order, please. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence.
And that's going to be why we need love education and money.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Sorgi.
Here.
Commissioner Rushton is
She's stuck in traffic.
on her way. Chairman Bonnick.
Here.
Commissioner Wessel.
Here.
Commissioner Sudas-Little.
Here.
Commissioner Rettenbach.
Here.
Commissioner Lautner.
Present.
Thank you. So that brings us to communications, proclamations, and presentations. We have the administrator first.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sure Commissioner Rushton is on 641, where I sat for a few minutes. I think Mr. Bunnick did too this morning. Roads are being improved, so.
I timed it right. I hit the flag.
They do? Oh, I
Yep.
timed it completely wrong. Exactly opposite. They just closed it when I came. So one of the great events that, if you haven't gone to, you should go is the Northport Lions Club Fly-In and Antique Car Show. I believe they had a record crowd. 1,700 people came to it. But if you've ever been to it, it's just a neat, unique event. And they have the Northport band playing. And I don't know how many cars were there, but there was 2 long rows of cars and planes. And I believe they ran out of pancakes. And the reason was there's this gentleman there who was just serving great pancakes, Commissioner Wessel there. People came in line just to have his special pancakes there. So he was working hard. You can see the band playing on top of the building there. So if you ever get a chance to go, highly recommend it. Start at 8 o'clock in the morning. There's a long line of people at 8 o'clock. So great event. We have a new employee here. Madam Clerk, would you like to introduce her?
This is our new employee in the county clerk's office. It's Lynn Herman, and she started on Monday, so she'll be joining our staff. We're very pleased to have her.
Welcome.
Just a brief background about Lynn. One of you?
I'm lifelong resident of the county, actually 4th generation. I have 17 years of experience, close to 17 years of experience at the Road Commission, and then I was in the banking industry, and then I came here. So I'm really looking forward to working with Michelle and the girls in the department, and they're great.
And she lives up in Elmwood Township?
Yes, I was in Elmwood Township, lifelong Elmwood Township.
The roof project started last week. Here's a photo. We have a gentleman here that'll give a brief update, but let me go through mine because I have to switch to his slide, so I don't want to go back and forth. But Nick is here, and he'll be up in a few minutes here. You come have a seat here. Let me just finish up, and he can give you a full update. But it started a week ago Monday, and they're, I think, ahead of schedule. And it's going extremely well, but Nick will tell you more later here. Our barn partnership's going well. You can see the garden here. What you don't see in this corner here, there was a large pile of cement, slabs of cement. I want to compliment our road commission because I called them, asking if they could help us. And within a week, the cement slabs were gone. So, Mr. Popa and your staff, thank you for that assistance. We appreciate it. And the garden's doing well, and all the food will be donated to food banks. Oh, it says technology, but it's not a technology update. Last month, Bob Schluter came and we honored him for 35 years of service. And we gave him this photo, and April and I took him out for breakfast, and there's a plaque there that says, in honor of Bob Schluter from the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners. And they'll hang in the Area Agency on Aging office in their conference room. So Bob was very grateful and asked me to pass on his thanks to all of you. Probably the biggest news. You want to give us an update here?
This is Miss Sterling Amelia. She was born July 25th. She's my 4th.
And everyone's doing well?
Everybody's doing very well. Yep.
And
She's
for the
perfect.
record, I asked for a picture of Grandpa Lautner, but still haven't gotten one yet.
Thank
And we have a birthday, someone that's walking in the room this month. Commissioner Rushton's birthday.
29.
29, right, yeah, yes. So I have the traditional cake or pie for you, cherry pie, I'll give to you shortly. So perfect timing as you walk in the room. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, thank you.
And then I'll switch over to the roof update because I think you'll be pleased with this. And we have Nick Hickson here, and he will give you an update. As I stated, this started a week ago Monday. They've been up here every single day working, and Nick, I'll turn it over to you, and you can kind of give an update.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. Project, like Chet said, is going very well. I think we're 25% complete already. So Lutz is doing a really good job. They're out there right now. I'll be out there after. I put together probably 8 slides or so just to, I'm sure many of you probably never been on a roof and know what's involved with the roof project, but it's usually a little more than what most think it is. So this is from Lutz's progress reports, and during the project, Lutz sends a daily project report of what they've done, detailing it, and then Tremco from the manufacturer side, we have a job site inspector there as well who sends his report for some added quality assurance. So if any of you are ever interested in looking daily, I'm sure that would be possible.
I think I forwarded one of them to each of you just so you can see. So we get that every single day.
So you can see in the green is what is complete except for a few minor finishing details here and there. So they're making good progress, and if any of you have ever been up on the roof, it's a very congested roof, and that's what takes the most time typically is all the details around all the penetrations and areas on the roof. So the first part of the project was getting all the gravel off the roof. So they had a big vacuum up there, and they were sucking all the gravel off. A lot of gravel, a lot of weight. So that was going on first. And then they also set up their safety and staging of the materials the first couple days on the job. So just to kind of give you, I just put together a photo of kind of each step of the process. So the insulation's removed after the membrane's removed. The photo on the left shows the concrete deck that gets primed with the material, and then the insulation is installed over the concrete deck. In the second photo. The photo on the left, so over the insulation, what you didn't have on your previous roof was a cover board. So that's a hard gypsum cover board that gets put over the insulation to protect the insulation board. And you can see them adhering it, what we call low-rise foam adhesive. And once the insulation and the cover board are down, then the heavy base ply is installed in our cold process solvent-free adhesive. So you can see in the second photo, that's them installing the first base ply in the multi-ply system. Oh, that's a duplicate. Once the base ply, so the photo on the left, you can see it, that the base ply is down. So the base ply and the adhesive are about 150 mils thick. So that's about more than double what your first roof was there in waterproofing. And now you can see the white cap membrane is another 150 mils or so of waterproofing that's installed over the base ply. So the second photo, you can see them rolling out the plies over the base ply. All the cap plies are rolled with a heavy roller. It's just showing that it ensures good contact between the adhesive and the ply. And then once the field of the roof's installed, all of the flashing details are done, so all the penetrations, wherever the roof terminates, there's going to be more protection added at those termination points. So that shows you on the photo on the right down there, starting the flashing work. And that shows you the completed first section, what it looks like completed. And like I said, this system, I don't think there's been any complaint of odor, which was what we talked about. That's no smells, and then this total system again is 330 mils thick, so it's a real heavy duty involved system, and Lutz is really doing a nice job, and it'll be probably done ahead of schedule, if I had to anticipate.
Commissioner Ansel. Have we run into much insulation that needed to be replaced?
No, I think where a lot of the insulation was replaced were areas that they couldn't piece it back together. So there's a tapered insulation system installed. So it's like a puzzle, right? So all the pieces go together to provide slope. And sometimes when they're removing that, if some of those boards get damaged, they're probably replacing more of those. And then secondly, around almost all the drains that they've worked on so far, they've created bigger sumps, we call them. So they created more slope to the drain, a 16-foot by 16-foot sump to enhance the drainage on the roof. So that's where most of the insulation replacement's been.
So you're saying when they replace it, they do it with a slope on it where it didn't have that before?
Right. More slope in the drain area. So if you think about, if you're sloping to the drain, you're basically lowering the area around the drain to catch more water in that area. So.
And the finished product is white then? I don't, for some reason I thought it would be black.
Yeah, it's a whitish gray, and the seams, getting into the weeds a little bit, but the adhesive gets bled out of the seams a little bit to ensure that the full membrane is adhered. And then why the seams look a little lighter is there's granules sprinkled into the adhesive, because the adhesive is yellow, so the granules embed into that to make it have a clean look.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I have to give you your pie here.
Oh, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right, so that brings us to 13th Circuit Court Judicial.
Close this out.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Terry Quinn. I'm the 13th Circuit Court Administrator. And I know that you have all been sent a digital copy, but I did bring paper in case anybody wants a copy of our annual report. And I just came to answer any questions that you might have about the court. I know some of you have been around a long time
Go ahead.
and know what we do.
Do you have any insight as far as the legislative process to fund the court? How's that
The
going?
trial court funding project. So Michelle, she's been a great counterpart for me for many years. We are actually meeting with the 3 county clerks this week with our chief judge and judge pro tem to have a discussion about where we think that they're going with that and how the court wants to support or not that project.
So no news yet?
We don't know, no.
Okay.
No.
In fact, Michelle and I participated in a conference call last week, kind of saying that it's all kind of up in the air at this point,
Mhm.
as far as I can tell.
No, if it does move forward, there's going to be a lot of changes for what we do and who does what. But
Any other questions? I don't see any.
Well,
so-
I have.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Terry, I just have one, but I'm not sure that you can answer it. In your report, you showed the security for the courthouse itself. It's contractual, but it's basically seven employees.
for our security,
Yes.
so you're talking about the Grand Traverse County security?
Yes.
So they have a team that rotates. The historic courthouse where we're lodged has always 2 security team members each day.
And it takes 7 to cover
Yes,
the
well,
whole.
they actually cover the Hall of Justice,
Yes.
and they cover the historic courthouse, and they will cover the governmental center for any meetings that they have.
So is there always 2 at the historic courthouse
2,
also?
yes,
So-
At least two at each door for the two courts.
Okay, so what I don't know if you'll be able to answer is, how much does that cost Grand Traverse County a year?
I would have to check, and I can
Okay.
do that and check that for you.
Okay, thank
And
you.
that was a contract that we had created a team, and that was the finance department, the county administrator, all of the courts, and we met with different vendors to see what kind of services they could provide for us. We went from DK Security to the new STT Security, and we're very happy with them. And we're also going to, in 2010, they currently have at the Hall of Justice a x-ray machine like they have at the airport where you can just run your bags through, and we're getting that, we're looking for grant funding for our building as well. And one reason for that is it's more secure, but it's quicker too. We typically have 60 jurors for a jury pool, and to try to push them through quickly is a little bit of a challenge sometimes.
I noticed that the caseloads in civil are going down and
They
have
are.
been for the last 2 years.
Yes.
I mean, do you think that's a continuing trend, or is there a reason that it is? Because it is significantly less.
We haven't identified a reason for that. One thing that is changing is, for instance, we had a medical malpractice suit in Grand Traverse County, and there was just a very large judgment for the plaintiff, which does not happen very often. I think that you're going to see trends too, based on how other attorneys are viewing their cases. That came out in there's a publication for attorneys, and when that judgment came through, the next week it was publicized. So I think that that's where you're going to see some of your trends, is if the attorneys feel like they have a civil case they're going to have a better outcome, they're going to see more filings. That's just my personal opinion.
But we don't know, really. I thought it might
No.
be because of the other courts, that they've set up,
No,
No.
not in our court.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Well, you're so easy, thank you. It's always good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now it's a solid waste council update.
Hi there, I'm Marcia Harris, and I'm Vice Chair of the Solid Waste Council.
Andrew Gale, also part of the Solid Waste Council. Mark Biegelheimer from American Waste, also part of the Solid Waste Council.
So we're here to give you, at this point, an update on solid waste, and I thought I'd start by playing a game with you. This is a game that my husband and I, no, actually, we play all the time, and it's called Can I Recycle It? Number one, is it recyclable? And you can all answer. I wasn't going to target individuals, but that's too stressful. So, can you recycle this?
Yes.
It's a shallot container. What do you
Yes.
think? Can we?
Yes.
Okay. This is from the top of a yogurt container. Can we recycle it?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
This is a potato chip bag. Can we recycle it?
No. No.
No.
No. No. In fact, somebody from Jordan said to me, if you could figure out how to recycle this, you could retire.
Yeah.
I said, I am retired. This is when your whole family can retire.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Mark, what is the reason you can't recycle a potato chip?
There's two different type of materials in there. You have the outside and then the inside. It's aluminum with plastic.
So I think that's important for people to understand for further quizzing.
Exactly. That's the point here. You got it. Next, can we recycle?
Yes.
Yogurt container.
Yes.
Yes, did you rinse it out too?
Very important. Have it be clean. But if you have a little stuff in it, Mark said you can still recycle it, but recyclable. You notice all my recyclables are clean. Next, can we recycle?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Did you take the label off that?
No, I'm not that.
Oh, you don't have to.
I'm not that, right? All right, but what about the cap and the ring around it? Are those recyclable? What do you think?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Preferably keep it on the nut jug.
Prefer that you keep it on the milk jug. Don't you all unscrew them?
You like to hear the explosion when they...
All right. Oh, yeah, the ring, keep the ring on as well?
Sure.
Okay. Don't you, I always take the caps off, but since Mark told me, no. All right, saran wrap, what do you think?
No.
Yes.
Yes? No?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What, last item. Oh, two more. Plastic fork, what do you think? Don't?
Yes.
Yes? No?
Yes.
No.
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 How many of these have you used all summer long? No, that's landfill. Last but not least, plastic bag. What do you think, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Tony says no.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Do you know what they make out of these now? All the the composite wood, like Trex, uses this for that. All right, so what was the purpose of this? The purpose of this was to say, recent research shows that if you know what's recyclable, you will recycle. The recycling rate for people who seem to know what they're doing is twice what others are. So one of our goals for the future is to make sure that we really update and inform the consumers in this area. How are we going to do that? I know American Waste is putting together new labels that we're going to have on the site, and that we want to continue doing some educating of our consumers by putting articles in the paper. There is a new state effort called the Recycling Raccoons to inform the public about it. Unfortunately, they say, don't ever do plastic, but we're so lucky in Leelanau County with American Waste that we can, as you would see, we can recycle this. At our last meeting, we had Mr. Ansorgi there, and he learned, as we all did, that American Waste does such an efficient job of recycling that only 2% of what's recycled in all the building, at all the sites, goes to the landfill. 2%. That's pretty amazing. And as you know, the household hazardous waste pounds and recycling rate have steadily increased over the years. Now, Trudy's office was supposed to supply you with these. Do you have these? Okay. And if you notice that since the Lake Leelanau site has closed, the Suttons Bay area has surged. So later on the agenda, we want to address that. Our goal is to continue to increase the recycling rate in Leelanau County by educating the public on what can be recycled and the importance of depositing clean recyclables into our sites. We also plan ideas for the future to explore the viability of both commercial and household composting. And we'd like to explore the possibility of commercial recycling as a way to increase revenue, possibly, and decrease the illegal use of the bins by businesses. We all know we go there, and there's sometimes businesses there who take all their cardboard off and dump it in there. And if you confront them and say, well, but, you know, we pay taxes. Like, yeah, you do, but you're a business and you don't pay the recycling fee, which is what goes on your house. Anyway, though that's an update, and if you have questions, now's the time.
Commissioner Answer.
The plastic bags, you know, the grocery bags, you know, from the grocery stores and stuff, you know. The raccoons say, don't put them in because it gums up the equipment. But
Correct.
your thing says, go ahead and do it, but kind of bunch them up.
Yes.
You know, so What's the story behind that?
Well, there's not a story. The fact is that we cannot accept plastic bags, and our equipment can't process. You know, there's the other systems throughout the state have different processing, and what happens is they will wrap around the disc screens and does create aggravations. At the end of each day, we'll clean out our screens. The screens is what sorts the material, and we have no issues with the plastic bag. And ironically, we had a press event at our facility, a few weeks ago, and the raccoons contradict what we do. And on the general consensus through the state, they're saying, and the other MRF operators are saying, hey, we do not want the plastic bags and that, but we have always had we could process it and have an outlet for all the plastic bags.
It's really, the way you're set up, you can do it.
Correct.
But other places,
Exactly, because we asked that question at the event, saying, you're saying raccoons, no plastic, but our hauler can, what's right? And then American Waste sort of piped in and said, yeah, we can do that.
okay, thank you.
And that's something we want the public to know, because they're getting information from the state that is not pertinent to this county.
Commissioner Lott.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions for you. Is it recyclable or isn't it? A vacuum cleaner.
So a vacuum cleaner has a cord on it, so anything with a cord or a battery is considered electronic waste. So
it should not be put in a recycling dumpster.
don't put it in the bin, you'll make him very mad, and Trudy will be in the bin.
A baby crib mattress thrown in the bin?
Not in the
or
bin,
left
but it
beside the
can be brought to Bay Area Recycling down in Traverse City.
Should not be left beside the recycling bin.
Correct.
Lawn chairs, left beside the recycling bins?
Nope.
No. Garden hoses?
Nope.
Boxes of books can be left beside the recycling bin?
Boxes of books should be put inside the recycling bin.
So all of those things, because when I drive through leave things in the bins in Cedar, I look in to see what fun things people have left, and I've seen all those things, either inside the bins or beside the bins. So it's a real problem. People know the bins are well marked. They know they're dumping there, and I think the idea is that they think, wow, if I leave it there, somebody will repurpose it or take it. There was also, I think, blinds. Looks like blinds were left one time, and that might have been Elmwood, but anyway, that's kind of the
Yeah, it's definitely
problem.
a situation where there's education required to help people understand what their other alternatives are, so they don't
I don't
use
think
that as
there's
a
any
dumping
amount of
ground.
education. I think they know. I think they're just doing it because they can throw it in there and it's gone, and it's a
not their
problem.
problem. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, the alternative would be, how would you enforce that? You know, there are people say, well, you could put cameras, and then you have to monitor the cameras.
Yeah, ma'am.
And that they're actually, while it is a violation of the policy, it doesn't violate any law. So, we're up to the goodwill of the folks. And it does cost us, because we call American Waste, and they come out and they charge us extra for it. Yes?
Your amber-colored prescription bottles have a number on the bottom that say they can be recycled. But the caps, can you do the caps? Same thing with over-the-counter bottles of medication. Can the caps be recycled
Yes.
as well? On both those?
On both those, yes.
Thank you.
That's a good one.
I've been throwing it away because I
Right, I
wasn't
mean,
sure.
don't you think the general public would appreciate knowing that periodically, or send in questions? Can this be recycled? We should have a little column that says, Mark says, or.
Thank you.
Call Andy.
Anything else?
Well, would it be raccoon mark or?
And I would encourage everybody to go to Raccoons.
Yeah.
It's a great, the state invests in $2 million in education, and they're really excited about it, so.
And the representative from that committee from the state is coming to our next Solid Waste Council meeting in September to see what we can do in Leelanau County to further our plan, and to see what the state is offering. And we're looking forward to that meeting. Brian Burke is coming. Anything else?
I was just wondering about the garbage cans. If it's American Waste, Do you recycle the things that are in the garbage can?
Trash-wise?
Yes,
No, we do not.
you do not.
We do not.
Because I was told at one time, all those trash cans are going to Traverse City and they're going through recycling.
We, approximately 7 years ago, we did do some experimental with trash recycling. And what we found out that due to the existing systems around the communities, the Leelanau, the Benzies, and Grand Traverse, those are very established pioneer programs. And we found out by running the trash, number one, there was not a lot of recyclables in it. Number two, we had a heavy use of contamination. And we haven't, we did it for 1 year and we aborted that. So.
And the contaminations in the bins that are for recycling, you're saying is only 2%?
2%.
So that's pretty good then.
To answer Commissioner's Launer, let's say someone puts a aluminum chair in the bins. The question is what happens to that? If it does come in the bin, we'll pull it out and put it in our scrap aluminum. So. And then, for example, people have figured out how to put electronics in and we have the same issue. If it does get in there, we will pull it up in electronics. We don't encourage it, but.
One last question going back to your bags.
Oh, yes.
There's two types that you get from the store. The ones that they'll put your groceries in. But
Yes.
there's also those are thicker. There's also the thinner bags that they put produce in and meats and other things. Both are recyclable.
Correct.
If you mass them together.
You're fine.
Okay.
It's in the same family, but it's a linear low versus a high. It's LV versus HD, LVPE. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ray.
As far as glass is concerned,
Yes.
your typical jars and things like that, if they're rinsed out, you want the caps back on those as well?
Yes.
And put in the bin. But what about if you break a glass, like a drinking glass at home?
We prefer no drinking glass or any mirrors or any window glass. It's a different type of glass.
Okay, so that should go into the trash.
Yes.
And then just going back for a review on our quiz, the only two items that you had were the plastic fork and the potato chip bag that weren't recyclable. Why the plastic fork is in that category?
I'm not sure on the plastic, on the plastic fork. What potentially is going to happen when it comes across our screen, we do get plastic forks. We actually have a 2-inch or minus debris roll screen that takes all the 2 inches and under material out of it, the clean material out, and that plastic fork will fall through the system. So it goes into residual.
So if the technology were to improve, would then those hard plastic forks be recyclable?
If the technology were to improve, but I don't foresee that anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, all the technology advancements, we're going to do anywhere between a $2 and $3 million technology advancement here in the first quarter, and all the technology advancements out there is all optical, from quality, paper, cardboard. With the advancement, we'll probably really have anywhere between 5 to 7 different optics sorting that material. So they're focused on the paper, cardboard, and the plastics, the larger plastics at this time.
Commissioner Answer.
Finances from the Solid Waste Council as far as the recycling program goes. How are we doing on the finances? Are we paying our way? Are we falling behind? Are we making a surplus? Where are we at with the finances?
We're paying our way. We have a renewal up, not this year,
That's where I
the
was
next
thinking,
year.
next year.
And, those are the kinds of things that we're going to be looking at for the renewal. What are the things how do we want to expand recycling, increase our recycling rate in Leelanau County? It's one of the reasons why we're having a representative from the state come to help us think through, because we're going to put a ballot issue up. What's the evidence that we need the same amount of money, more money, less money? What can we do to expand our recycling? Currently, we're fine. But we see down the road, for example, we get a tire recycling. You know, would we like to consider continuing tire recycling? As I said earlier, we'd like to consider composting, household and commercial. We'd like to consider commercial recycling. There are things that we want to do. For example, our neighbor in Emmett County can recycle more than we can. Their system is different and the way they were set up. But what are the models doing that we're not doing? And do we need more resources for that? So in the next year or so, or 6 months, we're going to begin to investigate how can we use more resources. Do we need them? Is it appropriate for this county?
Commissioner Wessel, do you ever see pickup and at the residence for recycled material?
Great question. We would ask that quite a lot. The current model that you have in your county is the most efficient and cost-effective model in the county. It's the same model that Benzie County has, Antrim, Charlevoix, Otsego, Grand Traverse. It's the most cost-effective system available due to the population base and density.
Thank you.
The research again does show that if you have both recycling and sites and curbside, that increases the recycling rate. But the costs for curbside in this county make it not worth it for right now.
Could I add one thing? One of the big things in the future is that somehow we can promote composting, because composting by weight, if you take a ton of trash, traditionally the compost in that is going to be up there maybe 20% for composting. So whatever we can do in the future to expand composting, and I know Andy, who is the expert on composting, that would tremendously increase the amount of recycling.
And Americans, as you know, throw away 40% of what they purchase, and which contributes in many ways to methane and all sorts of bad stuff. So if we could begin to go that way, I think it would be quite effective.
Thank you very much. Let's go next is the MSU extension update.
Do you have that Prezi up?
Yeah, it's going to come up.
Oh, okay. Well, we will find that and check.
Oh, no, I have it. You should just have to click on the link there.
Yeah,
Should
for
be.
password.
Sure, okay.
Give me more paper to recycle.
Well, it's going to be hard to do that presentation. I felt grateful I was here today because I feel like I learned something, and I want to reinforce to my kids what they should be putting in our recycler tote. Again, Jennifer Berkey from MSU Extension, and I'm here today to present our annual report and our set of accomplishments on behalf of the staff. I'm always excited to be able to give this presentation to local boards because I feel like my goal and my job is to present what we've done on behalf of the staff and the team that works tirelessly with residents. And this year's report, in my opinion, is really an exceptional report, and I'm excited to share it today. So one of the important pieces I wanted to start with is just, thanks Chen, if you could scroll down, that would be great. If you scroll just a little bit more, and my glamour shot's gone right there about the number of residents. Yeah, no glamour shot needed. Don't like that. But we reached over 4,000 residents this last year, 4,045 to be exact, and that's in all of the different ways and educational opportunities that we provide to residents. Within 4-H, it was truly another banner year under Rosalie's leadership. One of the headings on page 3 on the report where Rosalie talks about 4-H youth and adult volunteers inspire each other. And I really feel that summarizes kind of the way that Leelanau County embraces that program. Both youth and adults working together in partnership to really learn and grow and embrace the youth's budding leadership skills, learning life skills such as business development, learning about specific content area, as well as many other lifelong skills.
There's a lot of pictures featured in the report where it shows the diversity of the work that she's doing, specifically around giving back to the community. There's images and narrative focusing around youth volunteering at a variety of areas. They are providing ice cream to seniors. They're doing education and outreach at orchard tours and more at the research station, as well as other opportunities. Some of the highlights is through her leadership, they did reach over 1,800 youth. In my opinion, I think Leelanau County has a program that there's something for everyone in this community around the realm of 4-H. Some of the pictures that I gleaned through the report was there's robotics, there's sciences, there's archery and shooting sports, there's outdoor education. I love the pictures of the kids with the snow. There's also creative arts. There's a plethora of choices. And so in my opinion, there's something for everyone in Leelanau County 4-H. But while they're having fun and learning, there's just core life lessons that they're learning, and I alluded to that earlier. They're learning financial management. They're learning leadership. They're learning marketing through their livestock project. You know, how do I send out letters soliciting buyers? How do I write thank you notes? How do I make sure that I'm breaking even or making money on my animal science project? They're also learning science. They're learning problem solving, and of course there's some sports. There's the Learn to Ski programs as well. I always like to present this because I think Commissioner Bunnick appreciates this, so I asked for the staff to do a compilation, but Leelanau County continues to have really highly honored youth. Last year there were 5 grand champion and reserve champions at the fair from Leelanau. Plus we did a compilation. Over the last 10 years, 26 Leelanau County youth have been honored with $2,000 scholarships to some of our early college and Kettman Center type workshops. And I have to tell you, this is more than any county in my 6, and I'm going to wager to say that it's more than any county in the north. And I asked Rosalie, because I'm always curious, what's special about Leelanau other than the great, amazing youth that you have here that have a lot of things to report about and summaries of their work. But Rosalie told me she does go out of her way to make sure that youth fill out the paperwork in order to get this award, and she follows up with them. So it's a combination of the talent here in Leelanau plus Rosalie's effort, so I wanted to give her a quick shout out on that.
Did you say, Jennifer, 23 have received that?
I have 26 in my notes,
26.
so let me check what page that's on.
Well, I saw
Page 5, sorry.
Okay. In the bullet, it mentioned it, but it didn't have a number, so it's probably in the fine print.
It's on 25, and I'm sorry, it's on page 5 in the side panel. There it is. Thanks, Chet.
Oh, yep. It is at the top. Good, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yes. Well, I know you appreciate it, and so I asked the staff, I said, let's do a compilation and let's see what it's been like in 10 years, because each year you typically have 2. This year you had 3, so you kind of add that up, and that's exceptional, in my opinion. So again, just transitioning in a little bit, Chet, if you could slide us down to some of the nutrition education. So it would be the purple panels with the fruit and veggies on the side. We've got one more. There we go. Thanks. So Sarah Eichberger provides leadership for our nutrition and physical health programs. And pretty much what this does is we work with local adults and youth to teach them better ways to eat healthy while on a budget. Our targeted educational opportunities are with schools that have 50% or more free and reduced lunch, as well as adults that receive supplemental nutrition SNAP Ed benefits. So again, some of the work that we did last year is we reached 736 adults and youth through those programs. Typically what we do with our adults is we'll do some outreach and education around how to become less reliant on processed foods. We teach some cooking classes, teaming up with chefs. We also do outreach at farm markets. So again, those types of venues where individuals can learn about how to cook using whole foods and how to maybe make some choices that are less high in sodium, fat, and sugar. We also work directly in the schools. If you can scroll down, there's some, oh, right, you're right there, perfect, Chet, under the food corps service. So we have Erin Bauman, who has been working within the Suttons Bay Elementary And through some of the food core work that we do, we're linking youth to locally grown food. So we're bringing in foods that might be new to them, might not be new to you or your kids or your grandkids, but like tasting cauliflower is a great example. So we prepare a taste test that's featured in the cafeteria. That recipe is potentially then also incorporated into some of the food service programs, and the kids get to vote on it and be like, liked it, loved it, just so, not so much. So they get a chance to vote on it. So we try to bring in those locally grown foods to give youth a chance to expose themselves to other types of food and obviously maybe enhance their palate on those types of things. If you could scroll down, Chet, to one more little slide here, and I'm going to touch on some farm stress right there. So we've been really working hard, and I'm going to touch on this in the agriculture section as well, but Patty Roth provides our education around social emotional health, and for the past 2 years, MSU Extension has been diving deeper into kind of a challenging time for our local growers. Specifically, like I said, I'll talk about cherries in a little bit, but this all started around the dairy industry when that began to collapse. And our Director of Extension, Dr. Jeff Dwyer, with staff input, created farm stress, meaning there are individuals in our community that are struggling, our local growers, and we're providing some services and education around farm stress for them. So we bring in staff that specialize in that social emotional health, and then we bring in the agriculture staff to talk about business planning, how to make the best choices you can given the circumstances you're in. And so Patty Roth reached 85 growers around our 5-county area, targeting and providing education and outreach around farm stress. So again, something we're not happy we have to bring to the table, but we're glad we can respond to this emerging issue, because I know that it is continuing as we speak, with some of your neighbors here with the cherry industry. And also I'm going to say too, that it's not just the cherries that are having a hard year. A lot of our crops, our field crops especially, took a hit with the delayed plantings due to the exceptionally wet rain. And so as an organization, we've tried to be very responsive to say, okay, this is our current situation, these are the things that you can do right now with that. So, okay, Chet, if you could scroll us down to our agriculture. Perfect. We've had a lot of exciting things to talk about, sad things, exciting things. It's kind of running the gamut right now with our local agriculture, but I especially want to give a thank you to Thomas Todaro. I know a couple years ago we brought him to the board, and we're excited to introduce him as our viticulture educator. And everything that Thomas is delivering is exactly what the industry is asking for. He's hosted numerous meetings through the Orchard and Vineyard Show, as well as other vineyard opportunities for education, and he's taking that industry from where it is currently to the next level. They wanted additional education focusing around how to increase the quality of the wine that's grown here, and he's brought in national experts for them. So we met with the growers last week during a visit we had, and they were exceptionally happy about where their professional development and education that they needed to take their kind of business to the next level is happening. So I'm especially pleased to report that. I know last year we always host the Orchard and Vineyard Show for the cherry industry, and again, that's always an opportunity for them to gather and receive, up-to-date professional development. I did have a chance to spend a couple of hours last week with Nikki Rothwell, and I know it's just been truly a heartbreaking year for the cherry industry, with the spotted wing Drosophila with such a late harvest is just wreaking havoc on local growers. Plus they also had an additional challenge, I believe it was brown rot, which again, they didn't even see coming. And so it's just, that's one whammy of a hit. And then they're having trouble getting their cherries to market. Melinda, looks like you have some knowledge, and I'm probably not speaking as well as Nikki would, but.
Yes, and yes. Yes.
Okay.
No market, no price, if you
Yeah.
want to add that to it. So.
Yes. And so I spent, during my time with Nikki, and she had shared with me, she had growers calling her around the clock every single day with just needing help to process the decision that they're in right now. So as a team, I feel that, The Horticulture Research Station team is really being responsive. They're really being there for the growers, and I feel that we're doing what we can do right now, minute by minute. On a different note, we've also had some success with our hops. I know Rob's here. You've heard our hops stories before. He's continuing to bring in experts from around the nation to really share best practices on growing. During the grower meeting we had last week, some of the local growers indicated that the Hops and Barley Conference professional development content was top-notch, and they were grateful for that, those folks that are being brought in. So I feel like as an agriculture team, we're really doing our very best every day to expand their knowledge and also provide support when they need it, specifically during some of these trying times. If you could scroll down just a skosh, Chet. I'm going to go down to the home horticulture station right there is great. And again, we have Nate here, and it was interesting when I was doing the annual report, I saw Nate's pictures everywhere. I saw him at the farm, at the indoor farm market, you know, helping out there. I saw him meeting with 4-H youth and talking about entomology. So I'm grateful that Nate's here because I want to give a special shout out to him as well. When I look at some of the work that he's doing, especially in support of the local master gardeners, we have currently 46 active master gardeners working on 16 different projects of a total of 1,300 hours. And again, you've got, you know, the gardens out front. I know I've enjoyed walking into your building, I think 3 times in the last couple of weeks, and just every day I walk in and they look beautiful. And I know the master gardeners, I think, are here right now, if I saw them head in to kind of continue to provide that maintenance. So again, under Nate's leadership, we're especially grateful for the work that he's been doing and the leadership he provides to local master gardeners. If you could scroll down just a skosh, Chet, a little bit more. The one more, oh, back up, I'm sorry. Thank you, right there. So under assistance to support beginning farmers and growers and food-based businesses, our product center, and I know I've reported on that before, what we do is we help local entrepreneurs that have an idea. Maybe it's a jam and jelly recipe, maybe it's a food-based item, and they say, I've got this idea and how do I bring it to marketplace? And so the wonderful thing about that is we utilize our statewide team to help make that happen. The numbers that we have in Leelanau County, although they don't provide a lot of quantitative of business growth because those businesses didn't report it, I was still especially glad to see that there were several business that grew as a result of the product center work. There were 2 commodity scale specialty crop growers, added value added products. We had individuals looking to start ag businesses as well. So again, it's these new based businesses that are being developed. And so basically we help MSU Extension and the Product Center help them navigate that regulatory process. So they have an idea, how do they bring it to the marketplace, and we help them navigate that. Could be a packaging issue, it could be a distribution issue, it could be a food processing issue. So again, we're helping spur local business through some of our Product Center education. And I know many of you have met John Amrine, but John Amrine and there's other staff in the team that have been providing education and outreach, really helping municipalities, townships, county boards to make the best possible decisions. I know that Mary Riley has provided leadership across my 6 counties, focusing around the implementation of the marijuana law, specifically around what townships need to know in order to make the best decisions on that. I know John has done new commissioner school. He's also done other sorts of presentations as well. So again, these are tools in your toolbox should you have a question or should you say, hey, you know, we would like some maybe facilitation of a strategic planning or goal setting process, or, you know, there's this new hot button coming up in wind energy or whatever it might be. You know, these are tools that you can access through some of our staff that are trained in government and public policy. And the last page is focusing around Sea Grant and coastal resources. Obviously, everyone's pretty familiar with our extra high water levels. And I know Mark Breederland has been working with our coastal communities as well as individuals affected by that. We've had several updates about water levels, brought in individuals from the Army Corps of Engineers to talk about where we're at, how high can it go, what are some of the ramifications of that. And so we've hosted those sessions, and I know Mark is working specifically, within Leland especially. So these are some of the type of cutting edge things that we try to be very responsive of and try to be aware that are kind of challenges in our local communities. The last couple of things I just want to say, first of all, a couple of quick announcements. I also wanted to do a thank you to Annette and Bridget, who's always the front face of MSU Extension as you walk in or as you email our office, and I always like to thank them for their hard work over the last year. I also wanted to make sure you all received the invitation to the Horticulture Research Station Open House on August 23rd. I'm sure you got the email blast. It's from 3 till 9:30. I know Nikki has been redesigning what that's going to look like in light of some of the challenges this year. So she's focusing on fun and motivation and inspiring. I believe they have a previous Ironman runner, Ironman contestant, I guess you'd say, to give an inspiring speech just to kind of try to lift spirits. There's going to be county-based competitions, so maybe I'll see some of you doing some of those competitions. So county against county will be there. There's no charge for the event this year, so be sure to RSVP, and I will be there, and I hope you can come as well. So anything, questions for me? Yes, sir.
SWD,
Yes.
where are we at as far as, I know last year there was a concerted effort to look at, how are we going to manage this, treatment and stuff, and there was also concern about it expanding to other fruits and
It
stuff. And it is.
It is. It's in the raspberries. It was in the raspberries last year. The best research that Nikki has found is on managing canopy. It appears as though if there's less tree density at the top and there's more airflow, that's posing to be some of our best research. This year, with such a delayed harvest, I think there was just nothing anyone could do because from what I've heard, Leelanau was hit the hardest from other counties on SWD, and it's spotted wing Drosophila. So, and I think that there's ongoing research. Last year was a better year from the standpoint of SWD. This year it was a terrible year, and truckloads are being turned away because it's in the cherries. So it has already spread to other fruits. I'm particularly worried about those other fruits this year with such a challenge of it being so rampant.
And it's one, they can find one in a load, and the entire load is turned down and done. That's how serious it is.
It is. So can I just add one more thing? So just to answer your question, ongoing research is being done. This is completely a priority. I know that Nikki provides SWD updates every year at the Orchard and Vineyard Show. And so this is truly a commitment on behalf of the university as well as the Cherry Marketing Institute and Project Green to fund these types of education to figure out what's the best way to handle it.
No silver bullet.
No, I keep waiting, but so far, nothing. I keep asking. So thank you for the good question.
Commissioner West.
I think this is a question for Dr. Sarang, but as I drive around the county, I see a lot of hop fields that don't look very healthy.
We were well, there's a couple of things going on there.
Come on up, Rob.
Yeah.
Because if I may, I had a question about hops also, so.
Sure. Well, thanks. So there's a couple different things going on. It was a really wet spring, so there is quite a bit of downy mildew out there. But for the most part, growers are controlling that fairly well. They knew that going in. We were just out in the yard south of Empire last week, and strange things happening with the hops. They're only growing 10 feet up, and sidearms are dying. And Erin Lazat, who is down in the Cadillac office, also works on hops, and she's a plant pathologist. But we found there was some insect damage, and the more we looked, the more we found it was European corn borer, which we had never seen in hops before. And we're wondering if it was because of the late planting of corn, if they were looking for a different host. But that's very pervasive, and I think that's one of the main things that we're seeing this year in terms of reduction in yields and poor plant quality. But we just found that last Friday. So,
Mr. Law.
So one of my questions was then, can they genetically modify a hop that will be resistant to the corn borer?
they probably could. I've talked to growers out west, and I'm not sure the brewing community is interested in doing that at this point in time. Usually the main issues that they have out west are mites that are fairly easily controlled with a few sprays. Here we only have maybe 1 or 2 sprays a year for mites, but moving forward we'll see if this is an issue, because this is, like I said, brand new. So the potential is there. I'm just not sure where that will go in the future.
So, and then also, is it our atmosphere around here makes it difficult to control the mildew? Again, are they going to develop a strain that brewers are looking for but is resistant to the mildew?
That's the key question right there that brewers are looking for. So there are certain cultivars that are more resistant to downy mildew, but the key is kind of matching that with what brewers are demanding. Mm-hmm. And a lot of what they're demanding now are the proprietary patented varieties that have been developed out west. And their needs are drastically different than ours. They're, in Yakima, they're grown in the high desert. They get less than 10 inches of precipitation a year. So downy mildew isn't even on their radar. So yeah, it's a difficult thing. We're starting a small-scale breeding program at MSU. We have a new plant pathologist down there, Dr. Tim Miles. So hopefully with some of the crosses that he's making in the next several years, we'll have something that will meet the needs of growers in our region.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, can I
Sure,
have just one more
go
thing?
ahead.
I forgot to mention, I wanted to also thank Chet. He was one of the individuals that we selected to visit with Dr. Dwyer. Dr. Dwyer is our MSU Extension Director, and he was up here last week. He's hitting all 14 of our districts over a 15-week span. And so I felt that it was really vital for him to meet with Chet, learn more about the partnership with Leelanau County, and obviously see some of your great space, and to also introduce him to the team up here. So Dr. Dwyer had a chance to meet Chet. I felt like it was a great meeting. And another opportunity for our Director of Extension to learn more about what we're doing in Leelanau County and what some of the opportunities might be.
And Chet, I haven't heard from Dr. Dwyer on the request you made on my behalf for a raise, so if you would mind following up.
Yeah, that's on my list.
Thank you.
3 years. 2024.
Thank you.
So that's the challenge when we bring Rob up to the microphone. You never know. But thank you. I just want to thank you again on behalf of MSU Extension for allowing us to do this work. So, thank you.
I was going to look for an email from you.
Oh, for me?
For corn?
Oh, yes. Was I supposed to email you on something?
Usually do. Sweet
Oh,
corn.
it's Jen. It would be Jen Zielinski.
Okay.
I will follow up with her.
All right.
It's not me, but I will double check.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Then we have one late addition.
Where do you want to put that? Ross?
We just put it last, H. It's under number 10.
I move to accept the agenda as modified.
Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We now have an agenda. That brings us to public comment. Please come forward.
Good morning. I left on each of your desks the quotation from Karl Marx. The education of all children from the moment that they can get along without another's
Yeah.
care.
No, will you say your name, please,
So
just for the
Steve
record?
Mikowski. Leelanau.
We all know.
The education of all children from the moment that they can get along without a mother's care shall be in state institutions at state expense. Looks like the majority of Leelanau County Commissioners want to go back into history and redo this experiment. To go a big forward, which will result in perhaps a lot of turmoil in the community, imposing new taxes on off-cycle elections for non-essential, non-mandated, unjustified, unnecessary projects. The other issue I have is the general plan for the county. We have spent millions of dollars over 40 years on the county general plan, which has no jurisdiction or authority over private property. Yet we keep planning and planning and planning. It has no authority to enforce or impose anything on the people. But we keep producing reams of wasteful documents to promote spending more money on plans that can never be implemented because there is no authority for the county to do so. It's a monument to bureaucracy and to perpetuity. And county commissioners here for 40 years have allowed it to continue on. Bureaucracies exist to exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we will move on with our agenda. The action item number 1, the Government Center HVAC renovation option.
Thank you. I'll start here. As you know, this has been a topic on our agenda for many months. There's no doubt all of you want to proceed and get this building working properly. What we struggle with is the cost and how we do it and what are the best options. And so, you know, we've had a lot of discussions, including last week. We had a lot of financial options. Staff has worked on it. All of you have spent many hours working on this. It was pretty clear last week that all of you want to go forward, but I got the impression the cost was a big issue, and can we break it down into parts, and maybe can we do some of it, address the major issues now, and go forward, piece by piece. So since our meeting last, I think it was Wednesday, I've met privately with DMW representatives and with Apollo and E3. I think the biggest issues based on our discussion was the heat pumps and the baseboard heating. I think we're going to want to get that done. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Is how do we do it, and how do it in a manner that we can afford to do it. So let me just start with the heat pumps. I know with DMW, and you have a quote from them. As you know, we have a contract with DMW for mechanical services. I kept telling you, based on information that Gary O'Connor and I were getting, it'd be $10,000 to $12,000 to $14,000 per heat pump. I have good news. Their bid is $8,050 per heat pump. It may be lower. What Gary did is took, because the heat pumps are okay in different parts of the building, some much more difficult to get to. So he took the one that's the most challenging to get to, came up with a price of that. So it's material and materials, $8,050. Some of them may be cheaper. These are the brand new state-of-the-art heat pumps. And the normal warranty on these is 6 years, which is standard industry. They're willing to give us a 3 year is a standard warranty. These are 6-year extended warranties on that, included in that price. So I think it's a good price. That can address the heat pumps. Now, we have 6 now, 5 or 6 that are bad. It doesn't mean that next month, maybe we'll have 0, but we could have more. So I asked them, it's not in the quote, to give me a price with the estimate on 10 heat pumps. Because if the board chooses to go forward, we know we need 6 to get done. But if one goes bad next month or 3 months from now, I don't want to come back, I don't think you want to come back and deal with this. So I told them, based it on 10 heat pumps over the next year or so. Now, it could be 6 months, it could be 3 months, it could be 3 years. We just don't know. Gary's been out there servicing the ones that are malfunctioning, trying to keep them going. but this is obviously much better than I was telling you, all of you, is that we're going 10 to 12 to 14 heat pumps. So we could do this at any time. We can go forward with this. This will address the issues in Michelle's office area, senior services, the courts, the prosecutor's office. I'm missing one somewhere.
I think your office.
Maybe our office too, now it's going bad. So anyway, this is from D&W on the heat pumps. The other major issue is the baseboard heat. I think all of us agree that that needs to be done. How can we go forward with that? So I asked Apollo and E3, and I talked to ABI and Hearst. Can they give us a price on that? The good news is, the way Apollo and E3 designed the bid specs and the design, it can be broken out. So the good news is, we don't have to redesign anything, and that's why we're able to come back to you with a price so quickly. Because I'm not an engineer, I thought it would take us much longer to break it down, come up with a plan and everything. The good news, the way John Richards and his team designed it in the original design and the bid specs, it was fairly easy to break it out. So we contacted both the two companies that bid on it, ABI and Hearst, to see if they could give us a quote. ABI has a quote here that they will update us on. Hearst has chosen not to do it. Their bid was based on the entire package. They called me, they were not interested in breaking up the small pieces. That's not how they put their bid together. So they graciously agreed not to submit a proposal to us. So you have one from ABI. From that point then, we also went to the other subcontractors, which is the electrical and the balancing and so forth. Can you give us a bid on that part of the project, just based on this? So you have all of that in there, and also then you have the equipment that needs to be purchased to address those issues. So that time, if John and Kirsten, all three of you want to come up here and give us an update on where we are with this project and what our options are. We think we can do this, and I know John's here, Michelle's here, without borrowing any funds, without bonding. I think we can do this project if you chose to go this path. So do you want to just take it from here? And they all have a copy of this.
Sure.
We just finished this last night, so that's why you didn't get an email in advance. Literally, we were meeting at, I think, 4 o'clock yesterday, working out the final details here.
Chet did mention, good morning, everybody. Chet did mention that it mentioned the highlights. We were able to regroup all the participants that bid on the original project and ask them to rebid on this somewhat smaller scope of just doing the heating phase of the project. And fortunately, John's design is robust enough that we were able to do it without having to redraw it. There will need to be some time that he needs to spend kind of redacting some information so it's cleaner and easier for the contractors to implement without question or query. But these include the bids, which include ABI's number includes a contingency, Shoreline's does not, but I've added one in the contingency figure that you see on page 3 of this proposal. And it also includes the equipment and the owner's representation cost. This is an estimate over what we see, you know, if we begin in September, we'd finish in January. So this is a monthly fee that would be meted out over that monthly period of 5 or 6 months or whatever the case might be. I guess, you know, maybe what I should do is address any questions you might have, but we feel like the great part about this is that there's not much lead time needed. We have about 8 weeks required for the thin tube to be delivered, but in the interim, we could be installing the boilers are readily available. So we could make use of that time while we're waiting for FinTube, constructing that mechanical space, putting the boilers in, running the control wiring for the heat pumps.
For people in the audience, could you just go over the prices, because they will not have any idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Respect for them.
Okay, so beginning with, obviously the biggest piece of this is the mechanical piece. The mechanical contractor as primary would also be supervising the construction of that new mechanical space where the boilers are going to go. So their numbers are included there. That number's at $655,000. And within that number, ABI has built in a $32,750 contingency. So it may be reduced by that amount if they don't need the funding. The second figure is for Shoreline, $186,000. Their original figure was, I believe it was 223 or 233 or something like that at this point. The reason why this one, in comparison to the other, is higher is because of the fact that if we're running new baseboard heating, so all the thermostats that need to go in for that need obviously wiring and an electrician to install that. Then the other thing too is that there's Gary O'Connor, one of the initial meetings and discussions that we had, he has no control over those water source heat pumps. So we're going to run the control wiring, the backbone, basically, and it will also be able to service each of those heat pumps a little bit better. So the
it's
building,
gonna be integrated into
yeah. So that's why that number is not much lower than the previous
And the
number.
majority of the original project included this work in it.
Yes.
So that's why that number
Yeah.
does not change.
And the cool part about this too is that if for some reason you in the future decide that you want to just replace a few heat pumps and then emigrate to or migrate to some sort of better ventilation cooling system, maybe a phase 2, not only can you use the design, but that wiring will all be built in, so the cost of an electrician will not be as expensive in a second or third phase, if that makes sense.
Kristen, if I may, I'm just trying to follow a bit. Where I see the first one with ABI,
Mm-hmm.
and then
On page 2 of the memo there, I'm on page 2 here of the stack of documents that we prepared.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha. I'm with you now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's 186,000, 290 days to complete this project. That has a lot to do with a little bit of the back end of the controls too. So that's why that number is kind of lingering longer than the other two contractors. Integrity's cost is much less, about $15,000, because they're only working on the water side and not the air side. The air side was a significantly bigger project. The equipment that you need to purchase is the controls as before and the condensing boilers with a 5-year warranty. So the $196,168 is the amount of purchase orders that we would require for those two orders for equipment. And as Chet mentioned, Jamin and Hearst declined to bid on the project. Commencement of work, as I mentioned before, we could begin fairly quickly, probably after Labor Day, and finish substantially by December of 2019, and have the testing and balancing completed, which can be done after the system is operable. Can be done in January, we're thinking, just because of the timing. And according to the bid that was received by Integrity, it would take about 30 days to complete that process. And if you kind of think that the mechanical would be substantially completed and then punch listed during testing and balancing, and the electrical piece is happening kind of during and a little bit post testing and balancing, just so they could install the right amount of thermostats. So that's what we're requesting here. If you have any questions about this proposal, this is kind of how we put it together. The project cost is approximately $1.16 million. That includes all contingencies and fees. And after my proposal document, you can see for yourselves the 3 documents that I asked ABI and Shoreline and Integrity to provide for us. So you have actually their documentation for your review.
Commissioner Ansel.
We're getting 2 new boilers. Is that replacing
Yeah,
the ones that are currently here?
yeah, they need to be replaced.
Okay. And they will be a little bit bigger for the hot water perimeter heating?
Yeah, and they'll be substantially more efficient than the existing ones.
The operation of those, there are 25-to-1 turndowns, so they're each 1.5 million BTUs input, and that can go down to whatever that is, like 50,000 BTUs or something. So they'll modulate up and down.
And when you were designing the perimeter heating for the original proposal, this is the exact same amount of perimeter that we were looking at under that.
Right, right. And the current heat pump system has boilers that the loop, the heat pumps take heat or reject heat to that loop. So there's boilers that put heat into that loop, and so these boilers will also put heat into that heat pump loop, so they'll be maintained. So we'll have two sources of heat, the heat pumps and the baseboard. So,
And, your design can incorporate that.
absolutely.
It does.
Yeah.
Which should save you money should you move forward.
I'm pleasantly surprised.
What about the big evaporator out back, the large?
Yes, that evaporative cooler is still used for the heat pump loop.
Does that?
And it's primarily cooling to reject heat.
And I thought there was an issue with it, that it needed to be replaced.
I think that there was a pair of pipes that were underground that were feeding it that had a leak possibly. So
Are we addressing that?
Nope, not with this phase.
it could be done possibly with a contingency towards the end, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could look at it at some point. But
Small enough job that that contingency
Yeah.
might possibly.
Yeah.
It would cover it.
Okay. The evaporator itself, I'm sorry. The evaporator itself, how many years do you think we have left on that?
I don't think it's dying. I think that it can be made to run for as long as it needs to run, as far as I understand. I've not heard from Gary O'Connell or Jerry Coleman about it.
Do you have it, Jerry, do you have any comments about?
Cooling tower?
Uh-huh.
It's getting tired, yes, correct, what you're saying, it's just a matter of, we're doing okay with it right now, but it's on the other end, like you're saying. Yeah.
We thought, from a financial standpoint,
Yeah.
we could address these issues right now and look at next year's budget for some other options. This does not cover everything that was in the plan, as you well know, but this addresses the critical issues.
Sure.
And then we can talk about phase 2 and phase 3.
Commissioner Lautner, we could put together a priority list of what we think needs to be addressed in terms of its lifespan and provide it for you guys.
I've also asked
For budgeting
Jerry-
purposes.
Yeah, I've asked Jerry and Gary O'Connor to come up with a list of priorities based on the needs presented.
Yeah.
We don't have yet, but hopefully we'll get that shortly to address the big picture, because you need to know.
Exactly.
This does not solve
Exactly.
everything,
Uh-huh.
but these are the major issues. Can we go forward and do this and address the needs of the building that are currently critical? I think the answer is yes, and we can do it in a way that's cost effective without boundary. Hopefully Michelle and John.
And with the heat pumps and this, it would be about 1.2 million.
All the,
Yeah.
So if you're in agreement, we obviously have to draw, this is a executive committee meeting, we'd have to draw new contracts of everything for all of these phases, including purchasing equipment, with all the contractors with them. So if you're comfortable with that, you just want to move it on to next week's agenda, I can work on the legal team to get that done, and we can make a firm decision next week and have your questions answered too. If you have other questions on maybe some of these side things, maybe by next week, we can answer the numbers for you.
Commissioner Ansel.
Jerry?
Yes, sir.
Just a thumbs up or thumbs down, what do you think? Okay.
Thumbs up.
Okay, thank you.
I agree. We're on the other end of some things, but a little at a time, and as we, cooling tower, it's gonna have to be addressed next year, a few years from now. But it's, well, it's just the way it is.
After I met with them yesterday, I went and met with Gary O'Connor last night to review this plan. He's in Petoskey today, but he was very enthusiastic about this. He thinks it'll address our needs.
Yeah, Commissioner Ansel.
Guys, did he indicate whether those heat pumps are readily available?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's a short turnaround. He could, Jerry, do you remember how long Gary said it'll take them to get here? I mean, it's fairly quick.
Within a month,
Yeah, yeah.
You want to move this forward to next week? then?
So move.
All right.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Wessel made the motion. Commissioner Sulis-Little.
We got a hand.
Yes, Commissioner Walker.
And with that motion comes contracts?
Yeah, yeah, if you just forward it, I will
You'll
work.
have those two things?
Yeah, assuming there's no objections, I'll just start the
I
process.
just want to make sure we're
Yeah.
covering everything.
Yeah, and if you have other questions you'd like answered, let us know as quickly as possible. So try to have them ready by Tuesday.
Michelle.
Is the motion just to move the topic
Yeah.
forward?
Yes,
Just to move the topic forward.
Yeah, just move the whole issue forward.
Because we'll have to get, where the money's coming from. We'll have to have all those things for next week. So we don't know.
I'll
all
do
of
it by
that.
next Tuesday, as we did several weeks ago. I hope to give you all contracts and purchase orders for all the equipment that you have in front of you, and also funding sources.
Commissioner Ansel.
Do we have a feel for whether we will know on Tuesday what else, in future years that we're going, or is that going to be coming?
Well, I'm hoping
next-
Gary will do the report by next week.
Okay, I don't want us to do something today that's stupid if we have to do something in the future. So protect us from ourselves.
They can incorporate future, we start piecemeal, we can kind of deflect.
Well, the good news is, and I don't want anybody to think this solves the problem, but I think it's a great major first step that we can financially afford and address the needs.
And to do as you say, Commissioner Ansori, is we aren't going to do anything that would require undoing in the future. We're only going to contribute to the future progress.
Commissioner Lawton.
Final question. There, I see in claims and accounts where you bought another dehumidifier, I think it was. Will the new heat pumps take care of the humidity problem?
I've talked to the controls contractor that will be, implementing this. There are things that he can do with the new controls to help reduce humidity. It will go in the right direction. It may not completely solve it, but yes, there will be the ability to
Some relief?
to do some
Okay.
work with that. Yes, hopefully reduce the need for those.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, guys.
We're making progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a 5-minute
Yes,
break?
let's take a 5-minute break. 30.
Bunch of work.
Meeting afterwards. I'd like to call this to order, please. So that would bring us to the Leelanau County Sheriff's Office and the Animal Control Agreement.
Morning, Sheriff.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Do you have any questions or anything about it?
I'll explain that in just a moment. The animal control contract is just a 3-year extension of the existing contract. The tribe did approach us a few months back and said they wanted to separate their agreement from Cherryland Humane Society so that, we would use 2 different funding sources, and we basically said, we're not comfortable with that, because what if you get a dog or cat that's sick and needs $12,000 worth of surgery? It'd be a county liability. So we said it's a good agreement. You pay for your Cherryland Humane Society, we'll do this. So it's just a continuation of what we've been doing with them for some time, and it's worked out well.
So it hasn't changed?
No, it's a continuation.
And this is not a part of 2% funding?
No. Well, how do they fund that? They never have, right?
No, I don't think
I don't
this is
believe it
part
is.
of it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe there's any change on that.
The
whole-
partnership in the jail is part of 2%, this is not.
That is correct. And they actually asked some time ago, said, well, we're paying for 10 positions, we're only averaging 6.2, and we don't think that's fair. I said, I agree with you. I'm a very fair person, I'm honest. And they said, well, we might have to renegotiate that. I said, okay, just then bring it to us. But as of now, they have not. They're very happy with our services, and we're doing a lot for the community, and we hope to keep it the same. But they are right in the sense that if, we are charging them more than they're actually using for their housing, then it's a legitimate complaint. So, but as of now, this is a state as it was.
Commissioner Redmond.
I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve a renewal of the agreement for animal control services between the County of Leelanau and the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians until September 30, 2022.
Support. Commissioner Ansel.
One of the comments you made about the housing over there, do they pay the same rate that we charge Grand Traverse County for those 10 beds?
We give the reduced rate of $30 to, it's normally $32. We give the reduced rate of $30 to Grand Traverse County. And I honestly can't answer that. I can get that answer for you in just a minute from Lieutenant Roche.
There may be a reason why they may be getting a break because they're contracted for that.
It could be part of it. I would ask.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
We have a good relationship. I would say that I don't think they want to rock the boat. We don't want to rock the boat in general. I think that's probably more of it, but I would check that.
As I remember, the one with the tribe is a flat amount, while the other ones are a per day rate. I think that's correct. So-
Right, they pay basically for 10 inmate positions is what that contract says. So.
For the whole year.
For the whole year.
Yeah, so we get that no matter how many beds
How many they
are
have.
occupied.
And the other day, we had 41 people in there. I went down to Florida to watch my son pitch in a doubleheader, and we got back, and there's 41 people in jail. We had 4 being processed, 3 for oils, 1 for drug. We had a juvenile in detention, and we had a person doing a lot of really bad things down there, so we got to put up curtains and drapes, and it was just a mess. And I said, why 41? Because we're running around 30, and Grand Traverse had just sent 10. So, and we're getting a lot of female inmates from Grand Traverse, and frankly, they're a lot harder to deal with than the males, whether it's the amount of medications they're using or whatever behavior. And it has really upped their tension level down there in the jail. We don't want to end up with an Epstein situation. Everybody's questioning, why did that happen? How did it happen? I added, you'll see something highlighted in yellow, I believe Laura put it on their sheet. It's a letter from an inmate, really touched my heart. She got in trouble with us. She did something that was improprietous. She wrote this letter back of her own volition saying it's the first time she's been treated like a human being. It's better than living at home. And we welcomed her, and she feels like a human being. You'll see it. I didn't want to bog this down, but I think they're just doing a great job over there as corrections deputies, and it shows in letters like that. It shows that, we don't have the hangings and all the things going on you see across country. So.
There's a motion on the floor about animal control, and I'm a little confused about where we are.
Well, we're in discussion, but yes.
Okay.
You ready to vote? Is that what you want to do?
Well, I think we got a little off track with talking about what was going on with the inmates in the jail, and that was the motion that was on the floor, so
Yeah.
I think, if there's no more questions.
It's about animal control.
Sorry to...
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
I guess it would.
Yeah, it's easy to do. Thank you. So now we go to the secondary road patrol. Grant?
416 Grand Secondary Road Patrol is the funding we get from the state police to provide a car that's primarily focused on secondary roads. That's not to say if there's a shooting in a school or something, they wouldn't respond, but their primary job is to work like County Road 643, 616, 641, and off the regular state highways looking for people. A lot of times they're not going up 22 speeding because they realize there's a lot of traffic enforcement there, so they make the fast run up 633 or 641. So it keeps traffic deaths and fatalities to a minimum, and we think it's very valuable, and we appreciate it.
Commissioner Rush.
I would move to recommend the Sheriff's Office be allowed to apply for the fiscal year 2020 for the Secondary Road Patrol Grant.
Second.
Okay, and it's Traffic Accident Prevention Program.
Correct.
Yes, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the sheriff?
I would ask the sheriff first to thank him for the token that he presented to the commissioners, and if you could explain this for the public as well.
Well, this is kind of a last minute thing. We've been particularly frustrated several times. We get on accident scenes and someone's doing CPR. We get there, or it's wintertime, a car's rolled in the ditch and they're in water or whatever, and some citizen will stop, put them in their car with the heater on, Somebody will stop with a chainsaw, cut trees off the road, or block the road. So there's a lot of times it'd be nice to say thank you without sending thank you cards and stamps and all that. We found these at 59 cents each. We designed one side to look like an arm patch. I doodled this all together, and Todd Roush and Jim Kiesel put it on the computer because that's their thing, the other's mine. Protecting Paradise since 1863 is a phrase Mike Olterstorff put on the cars, and I carried that on after he left as sheriff. It's on the side of our cars. I incorporated the band colors, the yellow, white, red, and black, showing their seasons and their tribal wheel. Incorporate that because we have a good relationship with them. We put our core values on there in tiny writing. Basically, it's just thank you, Michelle, for all your records keeping and things you do for us, as well as Jen Zwicky, all our personnel questions, all of you for what you do, Chet. Even yesterday, I was in your office talking about personnel issues and how to go about hiring them. So thank you all. There's an accompanying letter with it. The deputies each have 12 of these. And when they see that person who does that nice thing, they're not meant to go into schools and just give to kids randomly or go to the senior expo and give 1,000 a month. They're meant to say thank you to somebody that's gone out of their way. So the letter goes with it. And one last thing I would say is, if you would all have in your prayers, Sheriff Bettner was in a terrible accident. He was struck in head-on by, I don't know if, I'm not going to speculate, but normally I would say drugs, alcohol, and texting in that order. For some reason, someone went across the road, hit him head-on, rolled his car 4 times. He's in ICU, touch and go right now. He's a really good guy. He's a good friend. So I'd ask
What county?
He's in Chippewa County, right across the Mackinac Bridge. So I would ask that all of you keep him in your prayers, and that's all I really have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
So
very much.
I did have one thing. I read yesterday where it's at least eight teenagers are killed every day texting and driving. So, they talk about taking away guns because it's killing the children in school, but I'm thinking we should take away their phones because more die from that.
You're just so spot on. And,
More
a
logical.
lot of people are frustrated with us, and I'll do this with 2 phones. I'll tell you what the problem is with us in enforcement. I'm a kid going down the road. Which one am I calling my mom with to tell I'm being late for practice, or which one am I texting my friends with? When we see them go by in a car, and when they're going like this, and they have a cell phone in their hand, and they're drinking a pop, they're staring with their knees or elbows, we pull them over. We get people going down the road putting eye makeup on, looking at their phone. We get people smoking a cigarette with this hand, coffee here on the phone. It's amazing. But the big problem law enforcement has, and I'll tell you, I just went to Florida last week to watch Walter pitch, and I got there, and July 1st they made a rule, no hand on your phone in the car. So if you're driving, you have your hand on a phone, you get pulled over and get a ticket. And Illinois has done that, and the states may go that direction, but you're exactly right. It is killing a lot of people, and there's a lot of stuff going on, including some of our most recent accidents. So, well said. Thank you.
All right, so that brings us now to the Solid Waste Council and proposed recycling center at the government.
Just want you to know, Trudy Gale is ill the last couple of days, so she apologizes for not being here at the meeting. But I talked to her yesterday, I could barely recognize her voice on the phone. So that's why she's not here today on some of these agenda items.
We're here to ask for your approval for a temporary site at the government center. As you all know, the Lake Leelanau site was closed in 2018, and per your information, the tonnage at Sutton's Bay has really skyrocketed. We are working to find another site in your township, and I just spoke to a gentleman over here who said, there's down the road at the cherry stand, they're putting in a storage unit. Maybe we could contact them and they could expand that and put some concrete. Anyway, we are continuing to explore other places, but until that's resolved, even if it was approved today, there'd be 6 months at least before we could have it. So we're asking the government center to put a temporary site here. We think it would be effective. It's close to where the other one was, and I think it's a good model for good government. If the government center does it, maybe we should all do it more. Mark could speak to where it would be located if it were here.
Of course, it would be a site to be determined. Currently, you do have the current dumpsters out in the back there. we could put them there, and then we could actually designate a time that we actually emptied them to reduce the amount of traffic that's in. If you wanted them emptied before 8 a.m. every morning, or 8 a.m., we could do that, just to reduce the amount of traffic in here, especially with our truck.
Commissioner Lautner.
I would like to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we ask Solid Waste Council to spend the next 6 months working diligently to find a recycling location in Leland or West Lake Leelanau.
Support. Can we respond to that?
No,
No.
I've got the floor. Thank
Yes.
you. I know that this has been a problem for a long time, and I know that there's been some work trying to get a recycling site there. If we place this recycling site here, we will never get a site in Leland, ever. It just will not happen. We will never get a site in West Lake Leelanau that would serve those residents much better. This campus is already so close to Sutton's Bay. So anybody traveling out of Leland or Lake Leelanau, they're going to go past Cedar, or they're going to go past Sutton's Bay, or they're going to go past Elmwood. And if they're heading downstate via the west side of the state, they'll be going past Empire, Glen Arbor. So I don't think a temporary fix is what we're really looking at. Excuse me, really looking at here, and it's not the best thing. So I would recommend that we just work more diligently to find something that would serve those residents better.
Commissioner Susan.
Well, I can appreciate your motion. The reality is, we have been working very diligently to try to find a site. In fact, Mark has been at several sites that we've identified. We've had the Steve Christensen, the Drain Commission, come up and look at those sites. Some of the reasons that they weren't acceptable are realistic. And I did remind last night at the Township Board that the board has agreed to hold a work session to talk about this issue and to try to come up with some other options that might be workable. So I don't know how we get any more diligent than what we've been doing, and I want to reassure you that the Solid Waste Council's diligence on this is not slacking in the very least. They're moving forward, and I think that hopefully there will be a solution down the road, but you're asking by this motion to do what we're already doing. What we really need is an interim place. It would be temporary. It would be convenient. There's no cost involved in doing this. There are many reasons to support it. I won't be supporting the motion, but I do support another motion if it gets made of using this campus on a temporary basis.
Commissioner Wessel.
Well, I can support the motion that we continue to look for another site, but I also support a motion that I would like to make after we deal with this one, to put a temporary site at this building.
Commissioner Rush.
A couple things for conversation and consideration. One, over the next several months, our campus will be congested in the process of finishing up our roof, and contractors here to provide for the heating and cooling upgrade. Second issue, in review of the revised capital improvement plan, I noticed that the sheriff has requested security fencing on campus, which brings me to believe that there is a certain level of concern, you know, for security on the campus for different reasons. We hold court sessions here. We house inmates. Just the opportunity or the potential of something going upside down is greater on this campus as opposed to a different location. And the other thing I observed when looking at the mapping of the waste recycle centers, when you look at that mapping, I would venture to say that for someone who lived in the middle of Bingham, would have the same distance either to Suttons Bay or Elmwood. And by putting that second recycle location so close to Suttons Bay, I noticed that we have a deficit in the areas west, and several townships that do not have a recycle center for local need and transport, the distance to get to that recycle. And for that reason, I think it would be in the interest of the public to try and locate in the communities that are desiring that opportunity. I will not support a recycle location here at the county.
Commissioner Ansel.
From a procedural standpoint, if we are looking at reconsidering a vote on our previous decision, my understanding is it would require a 2/3 vote in order to reconsider that decision. Is that I'm just procedurally, is that correct?
Well, this is a new commission. So this was voted on last August.
Right.
And since that time, we've had an election, so this is considered a new commission. So
it does not require a 2/3 vote.
Right, because I hadn't looked at that and thought about it, but,
But
I don't, unless somebody sees it different, that's the way I do believe it could just takes a majority at this time.
Yeah.
It's a new commission. So, I guess, last August this was brought forward, and it was for a 6-month proposal, temporary. If we had passed it at that time, it would still be here. And I believe the same thing will happen again if we do it at this time, myself. I believe I've talked with Susan Ock, I've talked with their clerk, I've talked with one of the trustees. This is a Leland Centerville Township issue. The fact that they're going to Suttons Bay just shows you that they need one in their area, not again in Suttons Bay Township. We're just looking at 3 of them then in Suttons Bay Township. Why should Suttons Bay Township take all the recycling from Leland and Centerville Township, or from Lake Leelanau and Leland, basically? So they do have a place where they can put it. They refuse to do it up on Pop Road. They just don't want to deal with that. So to me, this is again the same thing with Leland, whether it's the courthouse, whether it's the jail, whether it's the tower. Continually, they don't want to deal with county issues. They want to push them off to somebody else. That's what I really believe, that they need to solve their problem themselves, and if we put it here, it will never leave. So I will support this motion, but I can't support moving it to this government center. I don't think we need more traffic here. You see all the cars here, and I'm at Suttons Bay quite often, and it's continual, the traffic in there right now. Even if it was just half as much, we would have cars going by here on a regular basis to get to the back side, which to me would be the worst place. And the only other place might be behind the sheriff's office, which the sheriff would never put up with, So, anyway, yes.
Commissioner Rushton made some good points in terms of the roof and what's going on, because there will be some congestion here. But I just wanted to address, there really has been a lot of progress attempts, and I've been involved with it for the last 3 months, trying to help find a site. The first site that we found, which was in the Lake Leelanau, the reason that was deemed not acceptable is because it would have created some real water flow problems. So that wasn't going to work. Now, I agree with you that the Pop Road site and what we were looking at is right next to where the buses are. To put it where the buses are would be untenable because there are cars parked there, there's buses coming and going. It is gated, it's a problem area. That looked ideal. I think Steve Christensen thought it was really a good site. We'd have to do very little if we kind of set it up the way Cedar is set up. Yeah, so that the water itself would just drain naturally so that we wouldn't have a water problem. They'd use a little bit of gravel, so there'd be some expense there. The reason it was deemed as unacceptable is it is a fairly steep hill. And in the wintertime or in inclement weather, the concern of the town, some of the township board members, not all, was that that would be a hazard for people. We did talk about the ability to have the road commission potentially come out and try to keep that road clean a little more often than they might, plow it if necessary. But the concession was to go ahead and schedule this work session, and hopefully we will find a solution. The township board is very much aware that they have a problem. They have their residents who are very unhappy with the situation. So I think we will have a solution, for what it's worth, my opinion.
All right, yeah, did you want to speak?
Well, the motion is to have the Solid Waste Council, continue searching. I think is kind of redundant because they have been doing that, and we will continue to do that without any kind of motion.
Okay. Everyone's understand what the motion is? Yes, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Wesson.
I move to recommend a motion to accept the recommendation from the Solid Waste Council to temporarily move the recycling site to the government center.
Second.
Any other comments? Commissioner Laundrie.
Yes. I will oppose this motion because, as I stated earlier to the previous motion, if you put this recycling site here, it will never leave. It is a redundancy. We already have recycling sites down here near here. I think this is a responsibility of Leland, Centerville, Westlake, Leelanau area to find a site close to their residents. We have Leland School there. We have other businesses who have spoke publicly about wanting a site. I think that we have to look, it just has to be done, it has to be done over there. We're going to have a request today to add a tower to this campus. You add a tower, you add recycling. How much more do you want to clutter up this campus when it is not a function of the courthouse to do? We spoke this morning about recycling. We know that there's abuse of those systems. We know things blow out of the bins no matter how hard. The new bins are much better, but we know that stuff blows out of those bins. It just can't be helped. We would have additional traffic. We've already learned that we have to spend another $20,000 plus on the asphalt out here to repair that. You add how many more cars a day to our recycling site, or more cars in the middle of the night for, our sheriff to keep an eye on through his cameras that are coming and going in the middle of the night. I will oppose this, and I have to ask you, who here really believes these bins are going to go away in 6 months? One, because a direct quote from Patricia, it would be temporary. This is just a way of placing bins at this site so that Leland and Westlake Leelanau do not have to have these bins in their backyard. I won't support the motion.
It really is improper to call for a vote of any kind.
I don't believe I could.
But just so you know.
Oh, it wasn't a vote. It was a
Okay.
belief. Who
Okay.
really, because we know, the motion says they're
All right.
temporary. We all know that it's not.
Okay. Commissioner Wessel, did you?
I would just remind us all that recycling is a county program, and the county really needs to support it. And I encourage that we find another site, but until then, I think it's kind of irresponsible of county government not to support their own program.
Commissioner Red.
I believe Mrs. Harris would like to address the question of the temporary site.
Yes, I mean, if
Yeah,
the,
but the issue is around now with the motion at the commissioners meeting. So we will get to it at time, but we do have another commissioner that had her hand up that would like to speak.
just
Okay,
to
but
say it's relevant to the motion.
Because, I mean, if you have an expert in the audience that wants to
Yes,
clarify
but
something.
it's at our discussion now. And this is a commissioners meeting, and when the commissioners are done, we will go back to them. I appreciate you doing that, but thank you. Commissioner Rushton.
I just wanted to speak to the county's responsibility in regards to the issue as in light of the comments made. When you go and you look at the map of the varied and the many recycle sites that we have across our county, I do believe that we have been a good partnership with our local governments in regards to this. Over the years, we've added additional funding for costs that the township may incur in regards to maintenance. The solid waste department has spent many dollars beautifying those locations for recycling, and it's unfortunate that we cannot obtain the same working relationship for those townships, the citizens of those townships that desire that recycling location in their own areas. So I reject the idea that we as a county have not supported or fulfilled our obligation in regards to the recycling programming.
Commissioner Laundrie.
Yes, I say the same. We do support the recycling program and everything Commissioner Rushton just mentioned. We have, and the whole program was set up to get recycling sites across the county in reasonable areas, logical areas, and convenient areas. This motion does not do that. Even temporarily, it does not do that. Temporarily, it makes everyone have to come this far to bring the recycling on up the hill through our campus, when it would be just as easy to go to Sutton Space School where there already is one. So we do support the program. It's not a mandated program. The way the program was set up was not to put the recycling sites on our campus.
Yes, did you want to speak about that?
I think there's obvious concern about this never leaving once it's here. I can see amending the motion to including an ending time by which time it would be closed, so that the concern about this will be here forever is dealt with by putting, this is a temporary site, and as of so-and-so and so-and-so, must be removed. And maybe by the time that, you would set up a date, maybe we'll have Pop Road resolved, maybe there'll be something else. And to speak to, we've been working on this for more than a year, because before we got Lake Leelanau, we were looking at other places. That just sort of appeared. So I agree, I think it's not an ideal place, but I feel it's somewhat unfair to punish the citizens of that area for actions taken by the township. So this would respond to that, and I would So maybe a solution might be to put in the motion, an ending date for this temporary site.
Mr. Rush.
Thank you for your comments. However, in considering amending, the point originally made was the congestion that we will be having on this campus over the next 6 to 7 months in regards to our construction projects. The concern of, we haven't discussed it yet, but with the request for security fencing for the campus, so even amending for a temporary position does not address those issues. So I would object to that being part of the motion.
Any other comments? Okay, this is Commissioner Wessel's motion. Everyone understands that, about moving the recycling site or putting one here temporarily. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
The motion fails 4-3. Thank you very much. Yes.
Do you want me to address the second one?
Yes, please.
She's not here.
For the grant.
This is from Trudy, who's not here. I'm reading, I think, the document that you have. Her request is for approval to apply for second grant for the scrap tire recycling in Leelanau County. The notice for grant applications came out last Friday, and applications are due August 30th. This request is for approval to submit another grant application for tire recycling similar to what was submitted and awarded last year. The board is in favor. The director will prepare the grant application and send to board members prior to the August 20th, 2019 board meeting. Information on the grant application process is now available.
Commissioner Rushton.
I would move to recommend this board approve a 2020 scrap tire recycling grant application to be submitted on behalf of Leelanau County by the due date of August 30th, 2019.
Second.
If I may speak to that.
Sure.
I think this is a very important program for the county, and I applaud your efforts in seeking grant funding to remove the tires that we see across our county. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. I support this motion because I think it has gone a long ways to cleaning up the county and taking out the hazards of tires lying around, being full of water, breeding mosquitoes, etc. I have a quick question, a little off subject, but on the same subject, because I've been approached on this, and it's an American Waste question. It has to do with recycling.
Yes.
So I know other counties have programs where you can put something large out on the curb, et cetera, and there's done different ways.
Correct.
One is you just put it out on a fourth Wednesday and the trucks come through. Another one is you get a ticket. So would it be worth Solid Waste Council exploring supporting a program along that line, but also fee funded? So if somebody were to purchase these tickets for, say, $20, and it would get them one big ticket item and there would be a day, is that something that would be reasonable for Leelanau County to pursue to help with the issue of maybe the mattresses being thrown alongside the road instead of taken down to the recycling site, or couches being dumped in woods, that sort of thing?
What,
Help
okay.
beautify Leelanau County.
Well, currently, within the county, you have Bingham, the village of Suttons Bay, and then Suttons Bay Township, and then village of Northport has done it in the past, where they have an annual,
Glen Arbor.
Glen Arbor also,
Okay.
a curbside, a park and pack where the residents can come to the site and bring their unwanted items, you know.
Okay.
So, I mean, so there is 4 to 5 of the townships that do participate that, and it's always held on a Saturday.
So through the township, but through the township through American Waste?
Yes.
Yes, through the township,
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
yes.
All right.
I think it's been highly successful. I think it cost Glen Arbor Township about $10,000.
$10,000, yeah.
About $10,000 to host this for a day.
Commissioner Rettbach, did you have your hand up?
No, my question's been answered, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just as a point of order, in our discussion about reconsideration of the question, our policy and procedures manual makes no reference to a new board being seated as affecting that decision process. So I would ask that maybe we update our policy and procedure manual to reflect that,
I
if
believe
that
that-
is the case that we're going to
And
be
Michelle,
following.
we talked to Peter Cobalt last time, it's by state law.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't have to be in your policy. A new board can take retroactive action on previous board's decisions unless there's contracts in place.
That
We can
may be the
confirm
case,
that.
but our policy and procedures should reflect that, is my point.
I agree. I think that's.
But I'm saying, I think we did check
So,
on that.
I
That
would,
came
you
up
know,
before.
if I could, I would ask that,
We can do that.
bring that forward to
Yeah,
us
sure.
to revise that. Thank you.
I think it's a good point, you know. I mean, I just knew it from previous times, I guess.
And I appreciate the
Yeah.
experience and the background information.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that brings us then to the planning commission, and Trudy isn't here. We have the general plan and public comment period.
Yeah, Trudy said she will glad to give you an update next week. I'm not sure what she was going to present this morning here.
We just want to move these, maybe both of these items forward, you know?
Yes,
Would that be all right?
yes.
Yeah,
Let's just do that.
she would
Wanna make
appreciate that.
No, but I do have a question. Our capital improvement plan has no reference to the Leland Dam, and that was one of the things that we need to look at.
Well,
So,
It's always a fluid document, so that.
I understand
Yeah.
that, but, you know, we are also going to be talking about it
Yeah.
today, so
Yeah.
it could be a very large ticket item to have
Yeah.
to do something with.
All right, so the general census is we move those two things out forward to Tuesday evening, and that'll bring us to emergency
You
management.
want to-
Is all those, well, but we should have to have a motion then. Want to make a motion?
So moved.
Okay. You
Second.
second it, Commissioner Ansel?
Sure,
And these are for both items, right?
Yes.
for both items.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion moves forward to next week. Thank you. So then, emergency management.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Three items before you today. The first one has to do with AT&T. I was before you earlier in the year about second amendments on two of our towers. We now have the other two tower amendments before you. Same terms, how they will reset the 5-year terms, and AT&T will move forward.
We have a motion.
Get there.
Commissioner Wessel.
Did you call me?
Yes.
I move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to approve and authorize the county board chairman to sign the second amendment to the tower space lease agreement for AT&T on the Omena Tower site, further to reset the terms of the agreement to the first year of 3 new 5-year terms.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Did you want to make a comment about it?
I was going to ask a couple questions.
Well, go ahead. I mean, that's all right.
Discussion.
We still got to do the other tower.
Yeah.
I was wondering how these upgrades provide for the emergency responders. I guess I'm a little confused.
Yeah, a lot of the equipment that they're moving to is designed to support the FirstNet, that is their first responders network. We have recently moved some of our county telephones, cell phones onto the FirstNet, so Sheriff's Office, myself and Kelly have those plans as well. So,
You know what FirstNet is?
yes,
Could
I
you-
do.
Perhaps some of us are not familiar with
Okay.
what FirstNet supports.
FirstNet was a nationwide contract that AT&T won the bid on. It's designed to develop a network specifically for first responders. The way that they're improving it is they're mandated to provide 99% coverage through the United States. Obviously, that's not going to be everybody, and I strongly believe that we will have part of that 1% in Leelanau County that is not covered, but
Well, that was my concern.
yeah,
Mhm.
that's going to be our challenges with our topography and whatnot. But what we will see AT&T do is expand this bandwidth that is designed to house the FirstNet. It's going to be a separate service from their general plans. So if you don't have a FirstNet phone, you'll be utilizing the network just as you normally would, with data, with cell, texting, whatever. With FirstNet, it is designed to keep this bandwidth operational during emergencies, and they monitor that by usage. So when usage spikes, this FirstNet system stays operational as opposed to the general one gets bogged down.
So in other words, it won't interfere with the opportunity of the first responders to get that communication needed, maybe during maximum use of
Yeah, any kind of natural disaster
Okay.
or big scale emergency.
So it ensures that element to the first responders for communication,
Correct.
which is a vital
It is.
aspect of any emergency
And
situation.
it does extend just beyond telephones. It can be for MDTs and vehicles. It can be reporting software from fire apparatus back to the station. So it can encompass a lot of different aspects of first response.
Makes it a lot easier for us to support a recommendation when we have a little bit more information. Thank you.
I was just going to ask the question, mine was, will that extend coverage to first responders to Peterson Park? Because there was an event there and sheriff was there, no cell, no nothing.
It likely will not improve the coverage.
Okay.
A lot of times when they add new equipment, it jumps from 3G to 4G to LTE and all that good stuff. The cellular range can shrink a little bit. Data may get a little bit better. That's the challenges that they have with their equipment. So they may have to explore options for additional tower sites and
Gotcha.
other ways to promote their signal.
Thanks.
Commissioner Redden.
So it's my understanding that we just voted on the Omina Tower.
Correct.
Do we need you want another motion for the Central Tower?
Yes.
So I would move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to approve and authorize the County Board Chairman to sign the Second Amendment to the Tower Space Lease Agreement for AT&T on the Central Tower site, further to reset the terms of the agreement to the first year of 3 new 5-year terms.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And I was wondering about, I thought there was something in there about they wanted a 25-year lease, or what was it?
They were asking for a substantially longer term. It's been my understanding the Board of Commissioners wants to keep it at 15 years, 3 5-year terms. So that is what we're structuring all of our tower contracts to be.
Yeah, I don't ever remember this. Is that from previous times or something?
It's from ages ago, more than likely.
Okay.
That's worked. It's worked well. Because we catch things every
So,
time.
but then why is it 3 5-year terms? Would it have otherwise been 5 5-year terms or something?
It could have been. We chose 3 5-year terms to keep it at 15 years. You know, when they first brought this to me in 2016, they wanted a 40-year lease. So, you know, I'm not going to be here in 40 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, our legal counsel felt more comfortable with shorter terms. things change. Technology changes, prices change, this gives us the flexibility.
And we're showing good faith by resetting the terms. You know, we want to keep them as a long-term asset on our towers, but, you know, we do want to keep the 15-year timeframe.
Thank you. So, all those in favor? I think we did vote on this already. Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yes.
What page in your material was that second motion that Commissioner?
I just took it off of the one from the
It's the
Alina
same
Tower.
wording, but
Oh,
just
okay, the
called
same
Central
wording.
Tower.
And what tower was that one on?
Central.
The central
Okay.
tower.
So same wording as the other one, just, okay.
Mhm.
I just got lost for a moment, I couldn't find it.
Okay, then we're going to move on. I mean, do we have to do any other towers? Was there?
No, that was it.
Okay.
We're good with that.
So now we're with the Motorola agreement?
Yeah, this is for maintenance of the dispatch consoles in the dispatch center. So our 4 consoles that we have, there's 3 in dispatch, 1 in the EOC. This addresses any repairs and upkeep that we have to those consoles. We're kind of held over the barrel with Motorola because they're the only ones authorized by the state to touch that equipment since it's hardwired right into their system. I was able to negotiate $15,000 off this price, so we whittled it down as much as we could.
Mr. Reitenbach.
I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to accept the proposal from Motorola Solutions in the amount not to exceed $21,000 for dispatch console and recorder equipment maintenance. Money to come from the Dispatch 911 Services Fund 232.801, pending county attorney approval.
Second.
Commissioner Ansori?
Well, I don't know if she wants to speak to it or not, but.
No, I mean, we're,
Go ahead.
we're between a rock and a hard place.
It's a 5-year agreement. Why 5 years?
I did ask for 10, and they came back with 5. That was their counter.
You do not anticipate the state changing and putting that out for other people to be able to do, that we want to lock ourselves in for 5 years?
Well, there is a possibility that they could have different vendors that can tie directly into the state as opposed to just Motorola. I know that Tate is a radio company that is designing another console, so they could be tied into the system within 5 years, which would open up other vendors to be able to touch equipment that reaches directly to the state. So that is a possibility.
So do we want to tie ourselves down for 5 years?
I feel comfortable with 5. I'm not confident that any other vendor will be ready within 5 years.
Thank you.
Mr. Lott.
Thank you. Matt, where are these consoles located?
Right in the dispatch center, that's what the...
All of these are
all of
within
them.
the dispatch?
There are 3 of them in dispatch, 1 of them in the EOC downstairs. They're what
Oh.
the dispatchers use to talk on the radio.
So these are fully our responsibility then?
Yes.
Okay.
So these specifically do not cover base units and departments?
Correct. No, that's
Okay.
with our field radio maintenance that we have with radio.
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
Any other questions? Go ahead.
thank you for negotiating that down as far as you could.
I
We
did try.
appreciate that. It's always worth the ask.
Yeah. They came back with a little less. I asked for a little less than they did, so.
Good.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. That brings us to the Verizon Tower discussion.
Yeah, just an update. Verizon was kind of dark for a while on this communication, but they are still interested in pursuing a tower site here on our property. A 2020 project is what they're forecasting. They have been in communication with the Suttons Bay Township zoning administrator. They do have paperwork in front of him, and it will be a lattice tower. It should be pretty identical to what we have behind the sheriff's office. I know that when I had some plans before you, it came through as a monopole, but what they have at the zoning administrator's office is a lattice structure. So what I want to put before you today is just, I did bring some some concerns that you had to them. They're not going to turn it into a tree, unfortunately, so the fencing around it won't be camouflaged, and it's not going to look like a big pine tree, but we will be negotiating land use agreements and pursuing revenue sharing with them, with anything that's on our tower. It likely will extend to any other carrier that comes on, so we will also get land rent from the carrier as well.
Commissioner Watson. Is the reason that Sutton's Bay Township zoning officials involved is it's a private tower even though it's on county property?
Correct. That's my understanding, yes.
Commissioner Sims.
Will they allow co-location?
That is their plan. They brought that up in the initial discussions, that any co-location would be paying us for their land space to house their equipment.
And then paying them for the tower?
And paying them for tower rent.
So,
yeah, we'll see how far that goes, but it is, at least on paper, a co-location tower.
okay.
Commissioner Ansel.
Just want to make sure that the agreement includes that when the tower is no longer in operation, that they're responsible for taking it down.
Yes, we do have that wording in there, and if they do not, we take possession of it. So we will actually take ownership of that tower if it is not taken down by Verizon.
Commissioner Water.
Man, I still have a lot of reservations about putting yet another tower on this campus that isn't ours and our responsibility. So I wonder why, being they're just as high or perhaps higher, aren't they looking at the neighbor next door? Other than I know we have beautiful service road up here to take care of it, but there is a way to get there. And it just seems logical that, I guess personally, I would just rather see a landowner paying taxes in the county have that opportunity at the revenue, because it's great revenue source. And I would love to see a landowner who has a high ridge have the ability to negotiate a contract with Verizon and get that personally.
I know that they have been communicating with some Leland Township residents. I'm not sure how those negotiations went, but I know they have reached out to at least two that I know of.
In the other, kind of the other door we could be opening a precedence to would be really what next. If we're going to start leasing out land, how about a little sandwich shop right across from the Veterans Memorial shop, 40-year lease to open a little sandwich shop down there, or a soup shop, or coffee shop, or whatever. I know it's a stretch, but really, well, and it might work. The employees might like it, but do we want to go there yet? And I say no. I'm sorry, employees, but so that's my concern. Yeah, we've set it up. We have a beautiful way in, beautiful access road, a lot of property. So that I'm opposed to the idea.
Commissioner Sims.
Matt, we were talking before about how, for Verizon customers, how far that would, they would be able to reach to improve service. Is it going to, obviously Sutton's Bay?
Yes.
Going towards Maple City?
Maple City probably will not benefit from this. Lake Leelanau and Leland will see some improvements. As far north as Shabbytown, I would not bank on Ovina getting a lot of benefit from this tower.
I mean, if it interferes with our tower and our communications, do we have any recourse on that?
There is a clause in the agreement about interference. We have that in all of our tower contracts, and that is part of the whole language in the contract that is being negotiated right now.
Well, and then, I mean, I know that I saw that print with the location of it, and to me, that location actually interferes if we ever wanted to add on to the pole barn.
It could, yes.
And if we get the boat and we want to have a place to storage, I mean, that's where I'm thinking we have to build. And so I would, I mean, have they talked about a different location, or is that still set where that's going to be?
That is where they like it. I'm trying to think of the wording in the contract about damage to county property if the tower were to fall. I don't know the wording right off the top of my head, but I do believe that they are responsible for any damage they inflict.
I'm not worried so much about the damages. I'm thinking if we add on to that pole barn, which is if we get the boat, that's where we're gonna have the storage. And plus, we already have one that we have to put on wheels, and I thought we could put a bigger pole barn, and that would be, we would drive in right where they were gonna set the tower. I'm not talking about it falling on, I'm talking about being right in front of the pole barn as we extend it.
It's gonna be a couple hundred feet from the pole barn, so we may, I don't know if we'd impede on that too much.
Okay.
But yeah, if the tower were to fall, it may hit the addition
Well,
for
yeah,
sure.
it would do that, yeah. But that's not as much as being in the way in the wrong place, or if we're gonna add something on or do something, you know.
Yeah, and I
It's
think
one
we're
thing
far
if our
enough,
equipment is,
I
it's
think
another
we're far
thing if
enough away to negate any of that.
What's the timeline, Matt?
They want this in 2020, so I think springtime is when they're gonna start making the push. When we agree on the language, I'll have the project manager come up here and speak with the board. So yeah, spring next year.
Could you verify legal counsel your comments about zoning? Because I'm not sure it's completely accurate.
Okay.
I think we have some flexibility there. There's some state Supreme Court decisions about counties and zoning, county governments and zoning and townships.
Okay.
Commissioner West.
Is this a request to you, or is this your recommendation? Because I'd like to improve service to Verizon customers, but I'd also like to have it be where Melinda's talking about it, or someplace else. If we say no, they'll find another site.
Yeah, this will be a no-go. If you guys say no, they will be forced to go somewhere else.
How much income is this for us?
That's yet to be determined. What I am looking at is we're gonna be starting out about 14.5 a year, and then 3% increases every year after that. So it's not a little bit, but you know, it's going to be something that we can count on for long term.
I have to assume they're also studying other options that we may not know about. I can't imagine them putting everything in one location. I have to assume they're out there looking at other options, having dialogue.
Every day.
Yeah.
Commissioner Answer.
How are they gonna get power?
They will be bringing power from the road, so they will be trenching.
They'll have their own-
They'll have their own electric. They're not relying on us. They'll have their own generator. Yeah. Their own fiber.
Completely separate system, I'm sure. So, I mean, I guess I'm looking for a direction, you know, that we have a motion that we want him to go ahead with this, or not. I think we should really make a decision about this, because I don't want to find out that the board is opposed to it and we've got everything set in place. I mean, he's not asking for a motion, but I think we should.
But you're not at that point yet, are you?
No.
Well, we're negotiating
Yeah.
contract language.
Yes.
So if it's not going to fly,
Wait to see what the language is.
Yeah.
See what they
They want to?
Well, just,
All right.
because right now, there's no commitment of the county. We can walk away at any time. I would think you'd want to see the specific terms, and you have some feedback now, and Matt can go back to them and say, well, these are the issues that.
And the co-location is an important point, particularly if they can come up with some favorable rates to help ISPs, which then gives us broader coverage on our internet services too.
Right.
Plus, they're talking about fiber to the tower, so there's a lot of things to kind of parse through.
The ISPs could be on our own tower.
Well, not entirely.
that tower is the only one that failed in our structural analysis.
So we would have
We'd have to
to
remove equipment
raise
in
it
order
or
to
improve the footprint.
Add more.
Yeah,
But Matt, you've had some feedback now. You can go back and have dialogue.
absolutely.
But you're not to the point where you have a recommendation or even the same.
No, I basically, this was, you know, give you an update, kind of test the waters, get any feedback that you had for me.
And then, I guess we're all set with that one. We'll move on to the next item, which would be the Leland Dam Authority. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Very good morning to you all.
Morning.
Hi, John. My name is John Popa, and I'm from the Leland Dam Authority.
I'm Jerry Coleman, maintenance director, Leland Dam operator.
We have in front of you a request to do some engineering because we have some safety concerns and flooding at our dam. And we have to get the engineering done before we can come to you again with some budget materials and some items. This machine engineering, you had a request in front of you like, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 6 months ago. They came in and Jerry had them look at what it would take to do safe work in that dam, and they came back to the dam authority a few weeks ago and they came up with, hey, you have this and this and this that's got to get done. And so the dam authority said, fine, draw up some numbers of what we got to do, what's emergent and what can be long-term. And to do that, they're going to have to do some engineering. I don't know if it's possible, Chet, to show some pictures of that room and stuff.
Okay. Just keep going, I'll pull them up.
So we have before you a proposal to do this engineering and to waive the board policy that requires to go out for proposals for this, because we've used these people before. Possible the lights there.
Well, yeah, no, they are we are contracted with them already.
Yeah,
So
we did go out for bids, as you remember, several years ago for
Yes.
engineering studies, not for specific projects, but we have used them, and we do have.
Lights, please. We've got flooding that's coming in from global cooling. The water is now rising in Lake Michigan, and this is the entrance that comes from, yeah. The next picture, we've got a small barrier there, but water is coming underneath it. This is open to the Lake Michigan level, right underneath it. And we're gonna have to come up with some type of barrier here. That's what's gonna require some of this engineering. Next slide, please. Keep going, that's the same room. These are the controls, not the controls, these are the levers that operate the dam and stuff. And for Jerry to work on this or anybody else, they've been in place 12 years already, but to work on these, you have to have some type of lockout, tagout, fail-safe mechanisms in place to make sure that if he wants to pull this out, that you aren't going to get hurt. There's also greasing that has to be done outside, and to do that greasing, the gate has to be up, but for safety reasons, you've got to block these somehow. Continue, please. This is looking into the dam. There's 2 things here you can see that we're working on water, and our controls here are getting to be threatened here with this water environment here. Jerry's walking on that, and for him to work on any of these controls, he's standing on 5-gallon pails right now. You can see some eye hooks in the ceiling. When we built the dam, we've got space where we can take these things out, but for safety reasons, we got to build something other than just a come along or chain to hold these up. I don't know if there's another picture or not. Yeah, that's some eye hooks, that's the same. Next picture, please. And we have a sight glass that's full of water, and we want to make sure if we got to either drain this or if it busts while he's gone, there are shut-off valves, that we want to make sure that this control room isn't going to flood. Now, to do all this engineering is going to give, they set up a machine that gives you this, I'm going to use the word holistic view, so you can put it on a computer, and at your desk you can turn it this way and do it that way and measure what it is from here to here. Instead of going down with a measuring tape and do all that, you or we will own this 3D, God, there's a name for it and I can't think of it, but they're going to go there and set this, and with that they can come up with the engineering, the dimensions, what it's going to take to put in that little wall and do all that, and then submit it for bids later on, not now. this engineering needs to take place right now so that they can design, what's our critical thing is the wall, and that's gonna be coming to you after they go through the dam authority. But we're looking here to get this engineering done right away to make sure that we have this in place so that all this future work that's gonna be required someday will have this, that's
That's the estimates from
This is the most current estimate for
So,
getting this.
48,660.
oh, there's the engineering, right in there. Engineering, bidding, and construction administration, 19,000. This was some work. This 19,000 is what we're sitting here to, we gotta get going on that. Then this other stuff is gonna come later. We do have this wall that'll, after he gets this engineering done, we'll go out for bids on this little wall. And we'll come back to you for that.
Isn't this engineering for more than just this? I mean, what else is that?
It's a good question.
Yeah, because I mean, to have it almost, 40 or 40% of the budget would seem too much engineering for that small project.
We won't be, he'll be just using a portion of that. Let's say
I think it was 4,000 is what I read, 4,000 and it's for this part.
probably, because we just gotta build that little wall right now before the snow and ice comes.
Yeah.
But once he has that done and he says, okay, we'll go ahead now and design this OSHA thing and go out for bids on that, we might not put that in, Bill, until next spring or something, but he'll have it there and he'll do that then in portion. But he'd like a contract so that as we go to it and do it, right now we gotta get this wall built. But he only wants to go in that room once, and that's gonna be to set that all up and stuff like that. Pardon me?
X-ray the whole thing.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. So this is the engineering, ladies and gentlemen, that we gotta do. He'll get that done real quick, and then we'll probably come back to you then and say, okay, with that engineering, we're gonna go out and build this concrete cutoff wall.
Also on the concrete wall, which needs to be put in, it has to be cut into the floor. We need to stop the water from coming in first of all. Same time, the sump pump system should be instigated and implemented at the same time, because if we get water in the back side for whatever reason through the cam itself, or we have a leak, we have to wait to get the water out if no one's there. It's so your general contractor and labor, these are estimates, cost, but pretty close. So what we're asking, like John said, is need to get something done before winter on this particular issue. The other,
Well, I'm just wondering if this includes a sub pump of some kind.
well, yes,
I mean,
it
is it just
does.
going to do the wall, but, because you got to have something that gets the water out of there.
Right, that's what I'm saying. For his cost is $5,500 contracting, $6,000 for the wall. Sump pump system, about 11 grand, 11.5, and then your site cleanup about 1,000. But these cost.
These are his estimates of what it'll be. It's
That's
not really the
right.
actual cost.
Because we're in a situation, kind of a emergency situation, that has to be done before we start freezing up, because the lake is going to change, as you know, the weather's going to be shoving water. You could be in there and you got so much water, and a few hours later you've got this much water. Fortunately, it has not risen above the controllers, or I should say,
Commissioner Locke.
Thank you. Presently, there's no sump pump in that room?
No. There's no pumping, there's,
Okay. So today you're just asking for the 19,000 for the engineering study?
That's correct.
Are you asking to go ahead and put the wall in at this time too?
correct. Yeah, those 4 items that were up there.
Are
You're
you
not
ask-
including the money for it.
No, you just asked for the engineering study at this point.
We're just doing the engineering study. We're not asking for money for that wall, because this study then, he's gonna go out for bids. We haven't even determined how that wall's gonna look. Is it gonna be a foot high? Is it gonna be this by that? That's gonna come very shortly and will be here again. He'll present it to the dam authority. And we may put the sump in at that time, or we may just put the wall in, but the sump and the wall are
Go
gonna
hand in
come
hand.
down the road here a little bit. That's not in this.
So to finish can I finish my question then? Okay, so for today, we need basically $20,000 to move forward. Where is that going to come from?
This is the major.
And they talked about an assessment district, but that would have to all be, I'm turning to the clerk's office, would that whole assessment district need to be reworked to be done? Because
Steve
we have-
Christensen and I talked to legal counsel. Engineering studies fees can be made retroactive and be part of a district.
Okay.
Any work done, though, has to take place after the district is formed, officially formed. So in theory, you could, if you decide to go with assessment on the lake, the engineering study can be part of that cost, even though it's done beforehand. However, any work done cannot be retroactive.
So my final question then on that is if we're going to relook at setting up a special assessment district, I guess will we have another meeting on that and how that is done? Because we did it, I think 50-50, 50% of the lake owners paid half, we paid half. And then I have heard where, I want to say it's not Standish, somewhere downstate, they did an assessment district where they did a per parcel or per landowner around the lake, and they all paid the same amount.
Yeah, by
So it's-
summary, the district has been set up by the court decree several years ago. So you have the district in place. So you don't have to reestablish the district. You have to go through it because there's been some property splits and that type of issues. But the district is in place, but how you structure the fee and for how many years and how you do that, that's up to you.
We'll be coming to you later on that. There'll be more information on that. Chet's got a lot of work and stuff, and we've got a lot more things that might have to be done also.
I understand, we have an emergency situation that we're trying to address, but we also have some studies that are supposed to be done out there, the underwater, review of the dam, and I don't know how often you have to have an engineering study of the dam itself. I'm sure you gotta look at it a certain number of times,
No, we don't have any other studies pending. We had some inspections done.
Well, okay.
That's a requirement by the DEQ and the DNR and
state.
stuff. Those are done, yeah.
About 3 weeks ago, we had those done. I haven't seen
But
them.
we don't have any more studies.
Okay,
Tony.
so as far as we know today, the design of the dam is
Perfect.
is safe. We're
Running fine.
not looking at any renovations.
No.
Just additions.
Okay.
You might have some repairs of the seals in a few years. There's some other stuff coming down the line.
My point is, I don't want to pay for an engineering study to solve this immediate problem, and we got also something bigger out there that may negate what we're trying to do today.
This is to satisfy our OSHA concern and the flooding, and that was you hired this guy in February or something, good outfit.
All I want to hear is that we don't have any bigger issue out there with the dam as a whole that would affect us doing this.
Well, I'm not gonna promise that, because this is a big maintenance item, it's I think that's why we'll get into this district, and what do you guys wanna do in the future? Because we've been in here before, like 2 or 3 years ago, and I said, we need to start setting stuff up in the budget, and we spent it, and now we need to address it.
John?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonnick and I are questioning these numbers. Maybe you can help us explain.
Okay.
Because I have not talked to Patrick, but this quote here, put on the screen, the August 8th quote, where it says Leo Dam emergency work. This is estimated 48,660, of which 19,860 is for the engineering, correct? And then the second page from him is to meet the OSHA repair work.
Right.
And that's 70,000, an additional 4,000 for engineering, right? There are two separate projects, right? So the 19,000 is for the repair.
Okay, let me see if I can clear it one more time. You've asked to break this thing down of what we have to do quick and what we might have to do long term. There is the engineering that it's gonna take for this guy to go back in his office and
For the
draw
repair.
everything up. Now, with that engineering, Chet, he's gonna, in the future, go out for bids to build this OSHA stuff.
Yeah, but just for this, no, the OSHA is a separate, and he charges us
That was,
$4,000.
that was more, yep, that was there.
So they're two separate, I just want to make sure I understand, we're talking about two separate
We're not here to
projects
approve any of
with two
that.
separate engineering.
Yeah.
Okay, because the OSHA is not included.
What's gonna
in
be
this proposal.
included in that?
As I'm reading this, the cost to just do the repairs,
You're right.
not the OSHA, for the engineering and going out for bid, which is standard for these type of, is $19,860.
Right, this 19,000 is gonna let us go in that room and photograph everything and.
Okay, but this has nothing to do with the OSHA repairs.
Not yet, right.
For that, I just want to make sure I understand, we're talking about two different studies, so 19,860 does not cover the entire cost of engineering, it's only for, do the repairs. This other proposal is 4,000 to meet the OSHA requirements.
Correct. Once we determine,
I just want to make sure we're on the same page here.
yeah, once we determine what that OSHA and stuff's gonna be, he's got a lot of design work to do in that OSHA stuff. That's when a guy's gonna have to say, I need a 3-inch angle iron here and a chain fall this, whatever. Right now, he has to do the engineering to figure out the width and depth of that room, and then he'll come back to us and say, I think I can put a cutoff wall. He's gonna go out for bids, and it might cost $4,000 and some point.
So 40% of the cost is the engineering?
Yes, in this case, yep.
Engineers in one shop,
You guys just wanna look at some figures that are coming down the road, and so that's what Chet, I think, had asked him to do. This kind of stuff was staring us in the face of, we got this to do, we might have that to do. We've got external grease fittings to put in. Well, to put those grease fittings, I think, Chet, if you flip that next page.
John?
I think it was on there, where's grease fittings? Right there. It might cost $3,500. We're not ready to do that today, but that's what's staring us.
She has a question for you.
What's the timeline on the OSHA issues?
We don't have one.
We don't have one.
No.
We don't have,
It's not a big emergent issue right now. The pistons are okay, the dam is greased.
yeah, but we
next
have,
spring,
we have an issue of safety
Flooding.
in accessing the room, correct?
Flooding, yeah.
Flooding, due
Yeah.
to the flooding.
That's not
I would suspect that that is an OSHA issue. No. Just
so
a
you know,
safety issue?
OSHA did not come and give us a citation.
Okay, I guess that's what
I think that's what you're
Right.
going. They came and gave us a recommendation on long-term fixes. So that's
Okay.
kind of a separate issue than the flooding.
So the problem is in the process of being identified, or has been identified. The project, it appears as though it will be broken down incrementally, and we have a need for some engineering, or maybe a lot of engineering, and there could be another avenue to rectify this so-called emergent situation that we're faced with. Is that a correct analysis
The
of this?
emergent work we're faced with is we gotta stop that room from getting flooded. But to do that, we need,
Oh, okay, weather is an issue.
Yes.
Thank you.
yes, and he wouldn't be able to open the door because of ice and.
Right, okay, that,
We're not sure how thick the floor is there, whether we can put a sump pump in, and he needs this picture of this room to go back and say yes.
But I guess my whole problem with this thing is that almost 50%, I mean, it's probably 40%, but is engineering. To do a $48,000 job, you gotta have $20,000 in engineering.
That's,
Is
you're
it-
right, it's because this thing has to be photographed and laid out and go down there and get the whole thing in place.
So is that then, what he's saying is that he has to do this, and then when he does the OSHA, when he does any other engineering for it, he can use that picture? is it a one-time thing?
Yes, sir.
20,
You're
that's
right,
why it's
yes.
20,000?
That is,
You're
I mean,
right.
That's, you know, because I actually, when I read it, I thought the 4,000 was included in that $19,860. But it's not. He's saying, when he does the OSHA stuff, it'll only be 4,000.
well, the 4,000 comes in for, when, you know, the engineering design, you have to design.
Right,
The-
but I'm saying, so he uses, I guess my question, and of course, maybe I should be asking him this, he uses the information he gains from this 19,000 to, and that's why it's
For
only
future
4,000 to do the OSHA.
Well, the $4,000 is the, we have to, that's for designing the gearing system or whatever we
Right,
decide to go
right,
with.
right.
But the initial cost, the only cost, he can go back on this $19,000.
Okay. Commissioner Ansel.
Mr. Chairman, you're correct there, because I probably spent an hour on the phone with him. I said, why is this thing $14,000? At the dam authority meeting, he presented, oh no, why is it 19,000? He said, well, first, I gotta go down in that room and take all these pictures. That's gonna cost about $3,000. Okay? And he says, then, if you want me to do a lot of engineering, like with this and this and this and this, there's gonna be another 14, and then if you have a big contract, it's gonna be about another 2. So, if we approve this thing, that can carry over. We're not gonna spend that all. Just to go in and take the picture of that room and do that construction wall, this next month or 2 might only cost us $5,000 or $6,000, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
But he'll have that when we move into all these next phases. He'll have that all in place.
Commissioner Ansel.
I look at this as, he's gonna go in there and take that information and make a computer model of that room.
For $4,000, he'll do that.
And that's what you're gonna be working
Well, that's what I
from.
was
Whatever
trying to-
you do in the future, it's there.
Right.
That's what I look at it.
All right, Commissioner Locke.
My question on that, a point of information, is would that information be proprietary information for the county?
He said we're gonna own that.
I asked him, and he says, yes, you'll have it.
Okay.
You'll
We
have
have
it.
put that in all our contracts in the last
Yeah.
several years.
That's a good
So
question.
we had several years ago.
Commissioner Locke.
Okay, so my question was along the line of what Mr. Ansari just asked, is that it's more than just pictures. Does it tell him the depth of the concrete? Is it just photos and he's gonna do scales from them, or is this a way of determining depth?
When we get to that, that won't be able to, we might have to
Okay.
do a bore
Second
there.
question.
But that's gonna be part of the discovery that we gotta do. We might just have to drill a 1/4-inch hole
Okay.
to see how much concrete's on there.
So, next question, can you temporarily pump that water out of that room?
Sure.
With the something
Well,
doing?
it gets,
Pump?
right, but the ebb and flow of Lake Michigan, right now, wasting time, I mean, the ebb and flow.
You don't
can't
have,
if the water's there in the walkway, and it's inside the room under the door, I can just keep pumping Lake
is
Michigan
this
back
the only
into
place
Lake
that's
Michigan.
coming in your one photo?
It's coming in under the floor of the control room. The step down that you see in that picture is from the Fisherman's Cove deck. And underneath, as you step down,
So it's coming,
the deck,
so
basically it's
sandbagging it
coming
for a
underneath
short
that
while
deck.
isn't gonna do it then?
What's that?
Is sandbagging it for a short while isn't
No.
going to do it because it's coming up from underneath?
You do it, but the labor and the time to carry it down there, and then you still have to remove it. And right now, the ebb and flow, if it gets so
Okay.
bad, we'll do what we can, but if it gets above the docks, it's not gonna matter.
It's coming right,
Okay,
it's coming
well,
right
my
here.
final comment is that I do have a issue with you standing on a 5-gallon bucket to look at those
Well,
cylinders.
when I'm down there, I'll move the 5-gallon pails over and I'll stand on 'em just out of
I got a ladder.
for grounding purposes, even on the rubber boots. But the water can be anywhere from 1 inch to 3 inches. It depends, like I said, as the lake goes, so goes the, because everything right now is coming off. Lake Michigan's higher than the pad where the water comes down. It's pushing against Lake Michigan. So I don't know what this fall is going to bring, but if it's any indication, it could be very interesting. Challenging to put it.
Well, Melinda, we're not sure we're even gonna put that sump in this fall yet. If we can stop the water from coming in before things freeze up, our long-term might be a sump, and we haven't even designed it. It might be a shallow one, we might bore down, we might do anything. We just want to get that wall built so Jerry can mop it all up in there safely, keep it clean.
Commissioner Sigisling.
Jerry, I'm assuming that in communication with the engineer, he's looking at a solution that has a little vision in it, in the sense that this is a problem we're going to have moving forward with high-rising water. It's never drop, but it's predicted it's going to continue to be
Correct.
high-rise. So is he looking beyond the immediate system?
That's correct.
And looking to see what,
Your cost is the X-ray. He works for Spencer and does work for Spencer, and also Gerace Construction, who built the dam. So Pat Machine works closely with them. By doing that, he has access to information of how the dam was built. But to give you, since it's on his shoulders, he wants to make sure he has covered all the angles by X-raying it, building us giving you a diagram and saying this is what's going on, so he knows, because it all comes down to liability for him too, to verify. And then we would have that information in our system for future use. But it's a kind of a one-shot deal, but that also includes the bidding process, setting up the specs, the whole in regards to that. But he wants to make sure you have all the information.
and then his solution is one
Correct,
that
that's
is
exactly what
looking
he's going
forward.
for. That's
I'm
what.
assuming OSHA is giving those kinds of
OSHA
solutions.
is, it's kind of be proactive instead of reactive. We've already had issues previously with OSHA, and I know that the costs, talking to OSHA, have doubled and tripled over the past 5 years, 6 years. So Mr. Janik helped us with a little problem we had with some issues with OSHA, and was able to get the fine down to, $1,500 or whatever, instead of $6,000 or whatever it was for minimal menial things. It was, but after talking to the gentleman here a month ago, it was, your costs are going to be doubled and tripled for issues. But this is a proactive situation that we need to address for those arms. Okay, when they're up, it's like similar to a boat hoist or a boat hand crank for bringing a boat on a trailer. That click, 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 and once you stop, it locks in. That kind of idea is what he's looking at, because cabling is, OSHA doesn't want that cabling, which they suggested. And it's just a good idea that you have that would be fail-safe in more ways than one. So the other thing is, down the road with this engineering study, we also can look at how do we raise that gate manually if the hydraulics literally go out, power's out, and that gate's down. We have no way to bring it up, manually bring it up. There's no physical way to do it outside, put a hook on it or something with that water rushing over. There's just no way, unless you stop the water up above the dam. So he's also looking at a very involved hand cranking, which is, you have to consider gearing and different, there's a lot to it. But this study also will give us the information for them to work off if we decide to go that route. Okay?
Commissioner Rushing.
Oh, I think my question was answered. My question was, do we have information on structural information when the dam room was built?
Correct.
Yeah.
And he has access to that too, being
Okay,
with
yeah,
these-
I think that
with
was
these
answered,
companies,
but
he
that
can-
was my
And
question.
that's part of that discovery phase, Deborah, is that he'll be able to go in and take all these photographs, but also go through all the prints. That's part of that.
Well, in today's world, computer models and
Right.
digital information is much more accessible and easier to work with. So, but $3,000 to take pictures.
That's part of the
Document and build you a.
Yeah, we have to look at that.
Commissioner Lautner.
Well, I'm going to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to waive bid policy on bid requirements and request proposals and approve quotes from Mashin Engineering for the engineering portion of the quote in an amount not to exceed $19,860 funds to come from,
Where? We
So,
got it next week for you.
funds
Capital improvement?
to come from a fund to be determined.
It'll be the general fund, you know that.
Well, it
It'll
might be the
from Joe.
commissioner's fund.
But we'll come up in the motion for next week. This was not budgeted, obviously, so.
Support. Commissioner.
Okay, so my only reason, I think we need to make a decision on this. My concern is, there's a lot of electricity in that control room. This is a bad situation. If you're sitting on a 5-gallon pail and a stick of wood because that now, makes it safe for you to work on the dam, this is bad. So one way or another, we've got to move forward. We need to figure out how where this 19,000 is going to come from, basically 20,000. And also, is it possible to have Mr. Manchin here Tuesday night to explain this to us further?
I would call him for Tuesday night's meeting. Captain Shin, have him here Tuesday night's
So
meeting.
let's just get the ball rolling. Is this, if we feel like this is the way we should go, then let's move forward. Otherwise, let's figure this out somehow. And then by Tuesday, should we get the ball rolling on the special assessment district or funding for that? Because I know that takes a little bit of time. We need to do research because I'd like to see the math on what it would be per household along the lake rather than feet like we did the last time, and what that would raise, et cetera.
Don't think they can have all that done by next Tuesday.
Not by
That's some-
Tuesday, but we need to get going
Yeah,
on it. We
yeah,
can't
yeah, oh,
wait
yes,
until the
yeah.
bids are in front of us and say,
Yes.
okay, now what are we
It's
going
gonna
to
be
do?
a process.
It
There's
is
gotta
a
be public
process.
hearings and everything.
Right. Well, and I agree, because I think if we do the bids before we have the district set up, then we have to pay for it out of the general fund.
Yes.
But so if this has to be rushed, then we've got to move along on that. If we're going to have them pay for it.
Yeah. We can give you the legal opinion, and we have it on how the process works. But it's not a simple process, yes.
I found the old.
Come on up, John, so we can hear you better, please.
That'll be time consuming.
I was a please, I know, but I don't want to miss anything.
It's just too hard to hear you, John.
Yeah, thanks. I want to jump in on this. It's a fresh one. No, I just wanted to point out that I found the 2005 district. We've uploaded it, and Rob Herman is currently revising it to
Great.
bring it up to date. So that process is already underway. That's all I have.
Okay.
Yes.
So, John, by doing that, is he looking at, so 5, I think it was done in feet along the lake, so can he look at it as per household also?
Yeah, he's gonna have to look at the number of splits that have occurred, the number of, new
And there was
new
another
structures.
factor, if I remember right, it was, if it was
Three-tiered.
swampland, we
Yep.
didn't count the swampland, that
Which
was
is designated by
undevelopable.
the Leland
Okay.
Dam Authority.
All right.
But nonetheless,
So
we'll
he's
have.
doing all of that.
Yeah,
Well,
Rob
he's gonna
can-
do the map and the
Okay.
parcel count.
Rob can update the district, but it's up to you to determine how you wish to allocate
Correct.
and for how long and what formula that you use.
But
So
I
we
give him a
need to know
heads
what
up
that
that,
district looks like now.
right, I give him a heads up that this would be coming so that he should have something possibly available by Tuesday.
Thank you.
The challenge is going to be, as I think John pointed out, any work you do prior to the official assessment of the district cannot be paid by the district.
You said it could be
It can-
retroactive.
Only the engineering.
Only
Oh,
engineering.
engineering, okay, well then,
And
we do need to get going faster.
there has to be a
than that.
public hearing, there has to be a whole process.
It'll be pretty big.
Yeah.
It'll be a long we went through it when we built the dam, and it's interesting, but.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so we're voting on this engineering. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Tuesday, you're asking for Pat to be here
Yes.
Tuesday?
Yes, please.
You were asking him to be here Tuesday?
Yes.
I'll get a hold of him. Go from there.
Which is pretty standard when someone puts a proposal to us.
Now we have the per diem request.
Got one more item, do I need to sit here on the
Yes,
next
you
item?
do.
Yes.
I would think so. This is you know, what he's asking in my mind is to completely alter our per diem, how we do them and how they're assessed. And I do think it's going to create a lot of trouble if we do. Yes.
Could you expound? I don't understand that.
Well, we have a policy set up. He's asking us to change our policy. Basically, any meeting that he goes to or anything that we pay a per diem for it. I mean, that's the way I read it.
Well,
Commissioner Law.
thank you. And help me out here, because if I understood this differently, our policy says that if I want to attend something outside of the realm of what falls under the policy, that's not a meeting, then the Board of Commissioners would vote to send me there.
By the county, yes.
Or the county, yeah,
Yeah.
by
Yeah,
what's
by
already
county
set up.
policy.
Say, okay, Lautner, you're on this committee, I go to those meetings, et cetera. But if I suddenly decide I want to start attending my township meetings on my own, if this board doesn't send me there, I can't turn in for a per diem. So this, as I understand, would be beyond that. So this would not be the full road commission voting on extra meetings. It would just be things that you attend for your job and turn in for it.
Let me explain. By now, by current policy, dam authority members get per diem for meetings. And that's it, just
Right.
for the dam authority meetings.
Per
What
policy.
Mr. Popa is requesting is, they also get per diem. For example, if this was approved, if this was currently in place, John would get per diem for coming to this meeting, assuming the dam authority authorized it. So what the dam authority would like to do by their motion is have the ability to authorize their members to attend other meetings and get per diems, not just dam authority meetings. Is that a fair assessment?
Sort of. Bill, we're not changing the county's policy. The county's policy states that you go to this and this and this, but if you want to be eligible to receive a per diem, you have to have a statute or a motion created.
Yes.
And so Michelle and they are saying you have to have some type of motion in the Board of Public Works and the Dam Authority, which hasn't been done for the last 15 or 20 years, to say that, and it would limit it to only Board of Commission or government township meetings that pertain to the Dam Authority, or that pertain, like you guys have asked me to go up to the Board of Public Works once a year and see what they're doing up at Northport. So I jump in my car and I go to the Board of Public Works meetings. Well, that takes my whole afternoon and evening, not that it doesn't cost anything. But when you turn in for something like that, you didn't have a policy in place. And so when you come and ask me, and there was an example, to come in and explain the water flowing under the Narrows, I like to come to these meetings. I love seeing you all. And I know what's going on under there, and so I come here. Well, the other board members don't come to them. So in order to turn in coming to a county or township meeting that pertains to the dam, you need to have a policy in place. So that's the policy I submitted to you, and it's worded there. It's not to just go around to all meetings, and it isn't just for me.
The issue you would face, and we're not taking a position on this, Michelle and I, but if you do this for the dam authority, you can get the same request for all the other boards and commissions you appoint people to. Some of them planning, let's say Parks and Recs is here to talk about the barn or the tennis courts. Are they eligible for per diem? So if you do it for one, in theory, you'd have the same request from other organizations that you appoint members to. So that's why we need clarification. Because right now, if you're appointed to the dam authority or Parks and Recs or whatever, you get per diem and mileage for that for those meetings. There's no provisions to allow those members to get per diem for attending township meetings or county board meetings or any other government relations, village meetings. So this is a request to change that.
Commissioner Law.
Yes, and to finish my thought is, or where I was going with that is that this, I think, would fundamentally change how our boards and commissions do operate when it comes to per diem. Because there's also the salary portion that we've got to consider. That obviously the salary doesn't cover all the work involved in being a board member, we know that, but that is what it's supposed to cover. So we're expected to do those extra things, and it's covered by the salary. Then when the meetings themselves are separate.
You're right, the salary should cover all the phone calls and this and being at the computer and looking
Well,
up
sometimes
information.
presentations.
But
and-
what about the meeting? I don't know,
Yeah.
it's just
Well, it's a
Michelle and whatever, except
presentation.
you gotta have some type of wording in your thing to cover meetings and mileage.
Mileage is covered. If the board sends you, if the dam board sends you here to present, we do pay you mileage to come here.
Yeah, from the, yeah, just want to clarify because Michelle's not here. Michelle and I are not taking a position, we're just saying, if you wish to make an exception, you need to alter your policies and procedures. Because right now, people appointed to boards and commissions get paid only for those meetings, not for attending outside meetings. And the dam authority is requesting to be allowed to get paid. What they're requesting is, as long as they themselves approve, and the chairman approves, that that individual get paid for attending, for example, this meeting. If this policy was in place, and if, well, take John out of it, if the board, the dam authority authorized a member to come and present on this topic, they would get paid per diem and mileage. Currently, they are not being paid.
I thought she just said that they are allowed to be paid mileage.
Yes,
Mileage, but not, okay, mileage, but not.
but not per diem. That is correct. He gets mileage when he turns in a voucher,
Like a
when he's
regular
presenting like today. He'll turn in for mileage to come, but not per diem. It is
Even though it's not approved by the.
It's
dam
not a
authority?
meeting from past practice, for as long as I've been doing the accounting. He is not allowed per diem because it is not his meeting. So he gets per diem for a BPW or a dam, or if a planning commission. But if someone sends a planning commissioner to, I believe there's a monthly meeting of all planning townships or something, they get non-taxable travel. Because the planning commission has sent that person there to a Leelanau, something, it's a group. So they get mileage to go. That's different to travel reimbursement. This is taxable.
And that was my point, that we are changing our policy if we do this.
That's what I wanted to understand.
So is there any, there is no motion, so.
I think that's fine.
Okay.
That's
We'll
the way
move
it is.
on.
You don't want to change anything. You've got more important things to worry about.
All right. That brings us to prosecuting attorney and the MDHSS contract amendment. Thank you for coming here, Joe.
Oh. Thank you. The first document I have is reflective of an increase of $5,000 or $15,000. And then looking at the contract, this is for the period that covers from October 1st, 2016 through September 30th, 2021. The reason for the increase is the fact that we've had a number of trials lately, and this is for abuse neglect cases. And when a child is removed from a family, they have pretty much an automatic right to an appeal. And so we've had a number of appeals that we've had to answer. So it's just I guess the state has approached us and said, hey, we're looking at your billings, which we fill out bubble sheets every month and send to the state, and they reimburse us. It looks like you may be over just a projection. So this is just $15,000 extra dollars to probably support the extra work we've been doing. So I guess that's good news.
You have a question? Go ahead.
This is basically bumping the limit that we are allowed to get reimbursed by the state.
correct. I mean, we get paid, I think, let's see, not what a private attorney would be paid, but we do this work because I think it's important that, for example, there are some other counties that opt out. They don't represent social services in termination cases or adult foster care cases or abuse neglect cases. And I always thought it's important that we are involved because these are our community members, these are our families. And so I think it's important, even though we're not getting rich off it, but I think it's important that we provide that service. But with that service comes time, and with that time comes costs, and with those costs come more time, and that's really reflective of what we've been doing lately upstairs. So you're right, it increases the amount that we can get reimbursed for.
Commissioner Lautner.
Okay, but just to clarify, we being the county, so the 15,000 would just come into our general fund and offset salaries we're paying presently?
Right, yeah, it's just gonna come into our general fund based on billings that we're gonna do. Because we have a contract with the DHHS to provide services, and it was for X amount for this 4-year period. Well, now, when they looked at our billings recently, they said, oh my goodness, you guys are billing a lot more time. We need to adjust the contract. So that's my understanding what is attempted to be done.
Commissioner Sulis.
Yes, I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the amendment number 1 to the contract between Leelanau County and MDHHS, increasing the contract amount by $15,000.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
And the next contract I have is for victim services. As I come here every year for this, and this is just to provide the contract amount is $39,921, approximately $40,000 by Michigan Constitution. We're supposed to provide victims' rights services, and so part of our services are reimbursed by the state. I would say a great majority of the cost of Lori Lacrosse is reimbursed by the state. So this is just something we're required to do, and this is the state reimbursements for these required services.
Commissioner Sotis Little.
I move to recommend to approval for the county prosecutor to renew the victims' rights grant for the state of Michigan in the amount of $39,921 for the period of October 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2020, and authorize the county clerk to continue as the authorized official in the e-gamma system as previously agreed upon by the board.
Second.
Anyone else to speak to Commissioner Wessel?
This goes against wages that Lori earns, or is this in addition to?
No, this reimburse, I'm not sure what her salary is per year, but I think this pretty much reimburses the county for whatever salary, may not include her benefits, but it's a state reimbursing the county for the costs that we're required to perform, and Michelle's shaking her head up and down. That's a yes. I am correct. Wow. That's a new feeling. Take that to home with me.
They're telling me. You're right.
Any other questions or statements? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
That was
Thank you.
easy.
Yeah.
We're finding money, it's easy.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, county residents versus non-residents report. I don't know what that is.
Mr. Wessel asked for that.
It's you, county residents versus
The equalization office prepared and I thought an interesting report that we ought to have Lori and her team speak to.
To explain what the map represents, we had tried several methods to determine this and finally came up with, this was our third attempt. We first went into the assessment rolls and determined everybody that had a pre or a homestead, and then realizing that even though they have a homestead, they could have other properties and own other properties in the county, but that they wouldn't have a homestead. So first we determined everybody that had homestead, and once we determined who those individuals were, because they claimed that Leelanau County is their primary residence, Then we went and found their additional parcels that they owned and attached those, and then went back, once we had all the parcels identified, went back and linked them to the tax bills to determine what was paid in terms of taxes. So I hope I've explained
Okay.
the methodology that we used.
Okay, so what you're saying is, the blue is, those are residents, those are people who have,
Claimed a pre and their additional parcels.
yep, okay. And additional parcels that are paying?
Right, it could be that they have a principal residence, but they also have a business. They're not getting a pre on the business, but they're a resident of this county based on their.
Okay, or a second home
Or
that
a
they're
second
not
home.
getting a pre on.
Correct.
Those are included also?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, I was really surprised that we had a public comment where they wanted to take advantage of the defenseless, residents, or basically they're calling them non-residents. To advocate for that, I thought was kind of a low blow.
I didn't hear what you said.
Well, there was a public comment where they advocated to take advantage of the people who can't, are paying non-residents taxes. And I thought that was kind of a low blow to those people who are here supporting our county. Because they do pay a lot of taxes already. Yeah, exactly.
Well, and some of those are our residents that own a second home that might be a rental, or it might be a B&B, or they might have their Aunt Betsy living in that home. But they're paying the non-homestead on that home, but they are residents. So.
Exactly.
I want to make sure I understand that the non-resident would not be somebody living in our county and owning additional property in our county.
Correct.
Those are labeled residents on
Correct.
this.
Yes.
So the non-residents would have no residency in our county.
Correct.
So I think that's different than what Commissioner Lawton just said.
Well, if we're talking about, she mentioned the PREs though.
But attached to those PREs are also those, we're considering them residents. Because once we establish that they have a pre, then we just went to find their additional properties. And added it to the pre list.
But you back way up. To back way up, non-residents, it's 47% of those, the orange, so that's 47%, excuse me, those are people who have no residence in the county whatsoever. They're not using the county as a residence. So those are our Chicago people who have a second home up here or own property?
Yes, they are not claiming a pre in our county.
And then the blue then are people who have a pre.
And any of their additional properties.
And then they got additional properties that they may or may not be paying the higher non-resident taxing fee, even though they do live in the county.
Yeah,
Right.
would be paid.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Commissioner Ansel.
A lot of them.
I got two errors I can identify because I own the properties, and they're in orange.
How can you pick them out?
Because I just zoomed in on the map and looked. They showed all the
I
parcels.
can't find them.
So I'm just throwing it out there, that,
Well,
it's not
They're
100%.
still in orange, they should be blue.
I can't tell you how you would ever get 100%.
Okay.
Initially, we tried just the pre, and then the question came up, well, what about, I have a pre, but I also own this parcel, and this parcel, and this parcel. So then the second way we thought we could do it is by zip code, but then zip codes cross county lines.
Right, that ain't gonna work.
And so the third method we tried was, okay, if they say they have a pre, they're testifying that they're a resident of this county, then we would just go to look for those additional parcels. So I'd love to look at yours to see.
It's easy for you to look, just look by my name.
But that's the methodology we tried, and there is no perfect,
So you're
that I
saying your
know of,
orange
a perfect
would be
method,
blue,
but that
because you
was
have
the
a-
best that we could come up with.
That was kind of my point too.
Commissioner Sulisla.
Lori, did you say that business, if you owned additional property, whether they were businesses or other residential type pieces, were all considered the pre?
Considered a resident.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Law.
Okay, but there's also some parcels on here that are churches or schools that are showing orange, and they don't pay taxes.
We want those under the government properties, they're exempt.
I see a couple that are churches and schools that are showing up orange.
Well,
By me, that I know are churches and schools.
I looked at this, and I looked at the report that came out of TC Connect this week, and I looked at the report that came out of Bridge Magazine yesterday that talked about 6% of our young kids under age 5 being homeless in our county. And then I looked at TC Connect and the economic challenges, and I just think this is another piece to look at. So we better understand our entire population and who we're dealing with. So thank you.
And to go back to Melinda's comment, churches wouldn't have a pre.
But
Do
they're
you know what I'm
tax-
saying?
But they're tax exempt.
Right, but
So
they
we
wouldn't,
can't- but
they
we-
wouldn't be in the pre-category is what I'm saying.
Right, but if we're looking at this as far as taxation, we're looking at this as so it says non-resident is orange, and up here it says non-resident is 46%. But yet, they don't pay taxes. There's no taxes.
Right, and they
Collected.
wouldn't be compiled in that tax dollar amount either.
They don't pay any, right? No school, no
Right.
county, no anything, right?
We have, I think I put that report together for you before, but we have a
Yeah.
tremendous amount of exempt property
A tremendous amount.
in the county.
Yes, you're right, Laurie. And then also, if I may ask, while I got the floor, 161. Also, no, it isn't.
There it
It's, what's it? There's conservancy-owned properties. How do those work? Are those being taxed?
They're also exempt.
All of the land conservancy properties are being exempt, and how many do we think that is?
Pages.
Pages of them.
When I give you, in October, I usually include all of the exempt properties and it lists it by name. And you can just see, like, for instance, the Grand Traverse Band, the Conservancy, United States Government, whatever, they're all listed. And the reason I do that is so you can just kind of get an idea of how many exempt properties that we have.
It's always been that way. Everything's up.
Well, because, and I know it has, because I'll bet 10 years ago, somebody approached me on that, and because when they said that the Conservancy started up, their idea was that they were going to buy these properties, put restrictions on them, and then put them back on the tax rolls. And that never happened.
Don't say never, it has, but not very often.
Okay, then, perhaps the idea was perhaps all of them were supposed to be put back on the market and be taxable, and for the most part, then, it hasn't happened, so.
Because there are 14,000 acres in the Leelanau Conservancy.
14,000 acres. Is there any way we can, John has his hand up, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to call on him, but is there any way we can get hold of some tax recapture on those properties?
Exempt.
She asked you to
Want to change the federal law, I guess you can take a
Well,
crack at
whatever
it.
it takes.
She asked you to recognize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you have to come forward, please. I didn't hear that, thank you.
Speak directly to the Leelanau Land Conservancy issue. Many of those properties are partnerships with the landowner, and there's an easement placed on the property
Mhm.
So they are still being taxed in many situations. It is when they are owned solely by the Conservancy that they are considered exempt. But for much of their publication, what the landowner is doing is restricting the development rights through a perpetual easement for a dollar amount. And yet, those are still being taxed. It's the same way in Grand Traverse County. It does not lower the taxable value or the retail value of the property. In fact, we've seen in Peninsula Township properties go for $10,000 to $15,000 even with per acre with the Conservancy rights on them. So
Still being sold, but still being taxed to
What
the
is
full amount.
happening, and it's sort of interesting, is John stated, they put restrictions on the property. Some people, even though they agreed to the restrictions, when it comes time to sell, they want to do something different. And the Conservancy is actually going to court on some of those to enforce the restrictions that they've placed on the property. Because typically it's restriction in terms of what can be constructed, where it can be constructed, trying to protect what they might consider endangered species or whatever the case might be. But
and permitted use with the property. You can't log it without having a certified plan in place. You cannot remove, certain types of trees, period. But you can still actively farm what is being farmed, but you can't clear new land in order to do so. But to Tony's point is that more often than not, the private landowner is still holding title to the property. For instance, Uncle Mike, he still owns property, but he sold the development rights. He is still being taxed on that property.
So that's good.
Yes, it is good. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Any other questions?
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, please.
Do you want to take a lunch break?
The lunch is here if you want to take
Yeah.
a break.
I think we would just take probably a half-hour break here for lunch.
So 1:15?
Yeah, 1:15. We're done for right now till Commissioner Rushton comes in and go to the administration.
Yeah, she just went to get some medicine. She's on her way back in her car. All right, first is the 2%. We were successful with 2 of our applications. One for the Mid-Michigan Honor Flight for $2,500. The other one is for the Leelanau County Cancer Foundation, because that's an external group. We do need to have a contract with them. That's part of your package too. The Mid-Michigan Honor Flight, we keep the money. We don't allocate it to them. They send us an invoice. We pay it, so there's no contract requirement for that one. So you need to accept both those grants and then hopefully approve the contract with the Cancer Foundation.
Did I take longer than the half an hour?
Yes, you did.
I did, I apologize.
That's all right.
Nursing a headache today. That's not fun.
All right,
So-
go ahead, Commissioner Lautner.
Okay. I'd recommend to the Board of Commissioners to accept the 2% allocation awards from the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians as follows. Board of Commissioners, Leelanau County Cancer Foundation, $2,500, and the Administration Veterans Affairs for Mid-Michigan Honor Flight, $2,500.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. So the motion passes 6-1.
If you know veterans in the county that are even Vietnam now, if they're interested, let us know. We're still accepting World War II and Koreans, but obviously with the age requirements and everything, as they get older, we're now taking Vietnam vets also.
So I believe now we'll go back to number 9.
Yep,
Well, let's finish this.
Other contract.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
You voted to accept the donations you could.
Yes, we can,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it concluded the
but
contract.
they could be split tomorrow night, or
I don't, because your motion will just accept the grants,
the
correct?
grant, is
Oh,
what my
okay.
motion was
All
for.
right, thank you. I thought it included the contracts.
It's page 170.
Commissioner Wessel?
I move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to approve a contract between Leelanau County and Leelanau County Cancer Foundation in the amount of $2,500 pending council review and approval. Funds to
Second.
come from the Grand Traverse Band 2% allocation award.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-2. Thank you. So now we'll go back to number 9 in the Early Childhood County Committee. Commissioner Rush.
I've got 2 items today, and I will speak to them both all at once, I think. To reiterate, it was my position that this commission acted inconsistent in regards to the procedural process on this particular issue. The cry for complete transparency was ignored. I find this unwise and unacceptable. And in my opinion, it presents material weakness for this governing body in the public eye. To borrow a phrase from District 4 Commissioner's statement, facts are stubborn things. If I may add, honest and transparent facts are stubborn things. The fact remains, to any casual observer, the committee failed to provide vital information in order for this board to make an informed decision on a very important project, especially considering binding long-term taxation on our citizens. What were the metrics used for the committee's recommendations? Did the supporting documentation, the evidence of findings, accompany the report for review and commissioners' further consideration? No. Justification and full transparency was missing from the report. Any business investor, support, or bank funding is required. Any business seeking investor support or bank funding is required first to provide a well-documented plan to include startup, an interim plan, usually 1 to 5 years, and sometimes a long-term plan centered around the loan structure. The plan was missing from the report. Second, complete financial, structural, and organizational documents to include a budget for the proposed growth, to determine the investor's exposure to any liabilities that will impede the potential return on investment or any perceived legal risk is expected. Budgets for initiation costs, short and long-term plan proposal, missing from the report. Third, direct county costs for services such as legal, administrative, staff services, insurance, county infrastructure, equipment use for startup or continued ongoing long-term costs, missing from the report. To address commissioner comments last week, commissioners were told that we would have the opportunity to learn More on the details at upcoming educational events designed for the public to be informed was an affront to my common sense, my character, and my sense of responsibility. To ignore the potential county costs, liability, and legal guidelines for transparency, I question the rush for a November vote. I therefore respectfully appeal to my fellow board members to examine your decision on the merits of transparency and sound financial consideration for all those we serve. I urge you to reject this rush for a November election with the anticipated additional county costs for a special election and in consideration of the burden placed on disqualifying young families with older children and the growing population of our aging community. With that said, Mr. Chairman, I officially request the following reports to be presented to this board as early as next week's meeting. I officially request the analytical study, the metrics, or the measurements that provided the determining factors for the basis of the committee's subsequent recommendation of the selected millage rate and the supporting documentation for the duration of the proposed millage. I officially request the interim, short, and long-term plan with supplemental supporting documentation, and 3, the related budgets to include supplemental supporting documents for startup costs, short and long-term plans for the duration of the proposed funding millage. And further, Mr. Chairman, a complete detailed report from the administrator upon review of the information for the anticipated or potential direct cost in legal, administrative staff services, other staff and personnel services, or other support services, including any infrastructure requests, needs, desires, equipment, planning, financial obligations, short or long term, employment potential, and costs for insurance and pension obligations. Within that report, Mr. Administrator, I would expect you to evaluate the potential risks within the same report. Thank you.
I have a question. I'm not sure. You said direct costs. Do you mean the indirect costs, administrative?
Direct or indirect. How about that?
You know, there are direct costs associated with programs or projects, and then, but you were listing indirect costs. That's why I was...
Direct and indirect. I'll just go with that. My efforts here today is to provide a certain level of transparency for the people we serve.
Are there any other questions or statements?
I hardly know where to begin. Let me address a few things. I know that it has been difficult, let me say challenging, to even begin this process of studying. It was a 4-3 vote in February to form the Early Childhood County Committee. And then there were 2 corporate opinions sought. The first one to see if we could even look at this, and then the second one on a technicality as to how the the motion was made, under what condition? The motion was made on the agenda. Both of those were resolved. And finally, in April, we were allowed to move forward and appoint the 42-member Early Childhood Committee. It was a very good process, and a very transparent process for anyone who wanted to be involved at any point. We created a website. All of the data is on the website, numerous articles. Everything that we did is on the website, which was created right off the bat so that people could follow along with what we were doing. And I apologize because I probably caused some confusion, but when I distributed as a part of the report Appendix A, the recommendations that were targeted for the county, I did include with those the resources, because we asked each committee member, who by that point had divided into 3 groups, and I'll remind you they were health, strong families, and positive early childhood experiences. Each recommendation the group came up with, they backed with resources. We then, and as I said, that might have been a little confusing as you read through it, because then we went through a consensus process. And in the consensus process, those were combined, some were eliminated, and we ended up with the recommendations we had. Now, right after the April 25th meeting, a budget was put together. And that particular budget has been through several iterations, and it would have been presented to the health board, with the exception that at the health board meeting, the chairman, Gary Sauer, did say that he had had extensive, rephrase, he had had, his exact words were, he knew very well Commissioner Lottler's feelings on this issue and was agreeing to withhold any action on this particular issue. So the discussion was truncated and the budget was not distributed. I will distribute that to you now, just so you have it, because it will give you a sense of where we were going. Would you like to share that? Thank you. And as you can see, the budget, which was put together working with the administrative staff of the health department, there you go, shows what is being proposed. Now you have to back up and realize that all of the focus groups felt as a high priority when we were doing the first facilitation and analysis, ranked very highly the need to have an expanded universal home visiting. And for that reason, it was ranked highly. There's also, everyone knew that there was not funding for it. The health department has a very thin budget and couldn't take it on. When I say expanded, it's because the model is different slightly from what Parenting Communities actually is right now, and the changes in it are good changes. It employs more social workers, and then as well as the community coordinators. When Michelle Klein put this together, she looked very carefully at the population in the county currently, those kids that would be aging out over time, the populations that were being served by the other programs, those that would fit in, those that would not, in terms of an expanded universal program for home visiting. Excuse me. And what she came up with was what you see before you. And she actually looked at how many events and services would be offered. And this particular budget supports growth in a way that the new people that would be brought on, the expensive training that's involved in this would eventually not be needed, but there would be step increases for personnel, and there would be other forms of training to keep them up to speed. So basically, it's a budget that would be pretty consistent over time, which I thought was excellent.
And for
Yes.
clarification, your intention was to present to the health board?
The health board would have seen it, yes.
Okay.
I don't know, I can't say it was my intention because I didn't make the presentation. Michelle Klein did. She had it with her. Whether she intended to present it, I can't say, but I believe she wouldn't have had it with her if she did.
But the fact still remains that this board did not see a budget,
No,
as
they
well
didn't.
as all of the other things listed to make an informed decision on this specific issue. And it is my effort today to bring reasonable clarity to this project as a whole. And I noted in the millage language that there is the allowance language that states the health department may in fact not operate this program. So this board is in the dark in regards to an original plan, an alternate plan, and with those specific plans, they would have different associated costs and budgets. And unlike, this is not...
You interrupted me.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I was trying to bring you the clarity that
Okay,
you're now
great.
referring to. So, going back to where I was, the other items supported the balance of the recommendations. And they're a little more, the mobile dental clinic is a memorandum of understanding, as long as the health department decides to contract with NMHSI. The mental health task force would have minimal costs associated with it. However, some of the other items are a little bit more pricey, and we really don't have the money to really truly cover them. And that is the expansion on the mental health. What is left in the budget would be about $43,622. That, one of the questions my co-chair kept asking was, is that enough money to back the recommendations? And the answer is no, it's not. It's not, but there is the willingness of all of the folks in that group. They collaborate all the time. They're used to working on very lean budgets. And it was felt that this amount would cover a good majority of services that would fill the gaps and meet the needs and would provide our families, whether they're parenting or pregnant families about to be parents, a measure of service and security that it was felt that they deserved. So is it enough? No. But will it work? Yes, it will work as long as those collaborative arrangements are put together, and those I think are forthcoming. We've got some of the therapists who are saying, I would volunteer to help run support groups. The problem we have in the mental health area is there are not enough practitioners, and that was one of the reasons why the mental health task force was suggested. Right now, Leelanau County has 10 mental health providers, which is one mental health provider for every 2,170 persons, and that's from the County Health Rankings data 2019. There's an acute shortage of mental health providers for ages 0 to 3, and a huge, long waiting list for many providers, and many of them don't take Medicaid patients, or they limit the percent of patients that they see. So that reduces the number of mental health providers in relationship to the population even further. So part of this was to look at expanded mental health services through telemedicine. There are grants available that the health department could go after, but it takes matching. There are a number of ideas that staff had. And I know Lisa Peacock was very excited about the expanded home visiting because she said several years ago we wouldn't have been in a position to do this. But now we have the Mom Power program, and they have had a staff member of the health department who the Parenting Communities program contracts with to provide home visiting services, and so they understand fully what the program is about and feel that they now have the capacity if they had the resources. And she said, I would be all over this if I had the resources to do it, because she believes so fully that it does fill in the gaps and provides a service that is just so needed and would help also to reduce the mental health dearth of support that we have in this county. So, in fact, it was unfortunate, Chairman Budding, that you weren't able to see and call on Amanda Stowe, who was here raising her hand and jumping up and down, because what she was going to relate, and Amanda Stowe is a social worker, and she is also a Parenting Communities part-time person, and she was going to share that very afternoon she had been involved with a family that was a crisis suicide almost attempt that had been diverted because of the intervention. So the need is there, the opportunity is there, and it's certainly, although it's not a small amount, it's not a huge amount of dollars, and in terms of being a burden to our families, if you had looked at the sheet we distributed, you would see that the actual cost per family at varying incomes is not huge. In some cases, it's a pizza. In my case, and you might have put together that A through G as us, and I pay the highest of anybody, and that's $75 a year. So people with more property, that those properties were purchased before 1994, with the Headley Amendment, would not see much of an annual fee at all. The other thing I wanted to comment on is something that keeps being referred to, and because I wanted to be accurate on this. I did go back and I did look at the minutes from March, listened to them, and I typed them out verbatim because I was being constantly told that all I wanted was a millage. Number one, it's not me, but let's put that aside. So this was what I actually said. There will be a component of sustainable funding. The idea of a committee was to look broader to see what type of actions might be taken at the state and federal level in terms of perhaps tax incentives or other things that could, what could TVISD do? There are many stakeholders involved in this. If all we wanted was a simple millage, I could have brought that at any time. And I'm pretty sure I would have had 4 votes. I think it is very narrow thinking to assume that this is the only way to look at an issue, which is on the minds of many, many, many of our citizens. Assistance is crucial if we are to increase our young families in this county. Our businesses want it, our young families want it. This is why all these stakeholders are willing to participate. Because we have talked about a millage in 2012, it is not surprising that that is something that people will say should be included. And yes, I have discussed the possibility of this. I chose not to bring it as a millage, not as a covert gesture that you are implying, but because I think it is important that all facets of this extremely important issue be discussed by the stakeholders who are involved in all types of areas. And I'll stop there. It continues on. I was a little bit aggrieved at the moment. So basically, I think The justification for what we're doing stands on its own. I don't think there's, while I can appreciate you would like to see the extensive list of what you've recommended, I do not feel that either it is warranted or that it's necessary. If you're interested in a list of articles and literature, some of it is already on our website, and I can inundate you with much more. If you're interested in the data that we looked at and went through, it's on the website. If you want to see the raw charts, we'll bring it to you. You can look at that. But I have, at this point in time, unless my co-chair has other feelings, I don't see the need to bring anything further in terms of the type of report that you're asking for, that we don't ask for anything else from anyone else in any situation.
Commissioner Law.
Okay, I have a simple question. Where are all the minutes from those committee meetings?
You mean physically, or?
Yes.
Well, I assume they're in the clerk's office, they are online. On the county
Okay,
website.
but we did not receive, because I never saw minutes to these meetings. So did any other commissioners, unless they searched specifically for those minutes online, were they available to us? We did not receive them as commissioners, is that correct? Because I didn't.
Well, the minutes, number one, are cryptic. That was agreed upon mostly because...
She can interrupt.
Yes.
Oh, I apologize, I am interrupting, sorry. Go ahead.
So my point is, you can't sit here and say that, oh, it was all online, and expect us to have done that sort of research when that is outside the boundaries of how this board generally has operated in the past. So, for example, I can't just bring something from Parks that we put online and expect you all to vote on it that day. Because I said, well, it was online, you just didn't look for it. So I think that that's a very unfair statement to make. I've got a few notes that I want to cover here, but it's very interesting that you pulled just verbatim one part of the minutes that you wanted to read, because I didn't pull the part of the minutes that we were talking about, Patricia, but if I can find a free moment in the next few weeks, I will pull that quote about how you said there would be no millage and that you were not looking for a millage. I find it awfully disturbing that if you had this budget at the end of July, it wasn't presented at the special meeting. If you had this budget in hand, why wasn't it presented at the special meeting? We talked a bit about budgeting, if I remember right, at that special meeting. We talked about the number of workers. Now I see 5.5 employees, but without the report in front of me, I think I had counted 12 or 13, unless they were the same people doing the same jobs, and that's hard for me to tell today. There's a lot being said about the whole mental health industry, but we're not even given time to explore that section of it, because we always overpaid here in Leelanau County for community mental health. And then when the state locked in that funding, we're stuck with that funding. So we proportionately pay more for mental health. So it seems to me, if that's the case, we could be going to them for services for children if they're so needed. You talk about caseworkers, 1 per 2,000, but out of the 2,000, how many need those services? We don't have those numbers. If that's the case, if we can prove those numbers, we ought to be able to get that funding back from community mental health, because that's what they're taking that funding from Leelanau County for. I agree with Deborah that this was rushed just to hit this November ballot. And I agree that Lisa Peacock is excited about the expanded home visit portion, but asked about any of the rest of this program. She could not speak. I said that repeatedly. She could not speak to it, had not seen it, did not know about it, and was not prepared to act on it. And yet, we just kind of overrode all that and voted to throw this on the ballot in November. So that still also disturbs me. If there are online charts and things that were created, those easily also could have been presented to us at the special meeting. Again, it would not have made me comfortable enough to vote at that special meeting, put a millage on the ballot to ask our voters for approval of it, but at least I would have had the information. As people have said to me, you know, what is going on with this? I can show them that this packet is all I have right now, unless you want to go online and do the research. And they said, is that the way you generally conduct business? I said, no, it is not the way we generally conduct business. So I agree with Deborah. I would like to see a reconsideration of this and not rush it through. I think that would have been the most respectable thing to do, the most responsible thing for us to do as a board. And that's all I can speak to it. I had many, many more things to say at the special meeting. I never even got to. I did not bring those notes because I didn't know what this agenda issue was. But it was clear at the special meeting that there were 4 votes. So we were, it was just an exercise at that point. I do have one question too, because in the report, it speaks to the 4 schools and centers at the 4 schools. So I asked that question that day and never received an answer, but I take that there will be, and I guess this is where now I see office furniture, playground equipment, and perhaps where these community workers will be. But I take that to mean Sutton's Bay School, Glen Lake School, Northport School, Leland School. But that's 4, and yet we have a huge contingent of our population goes to Traverse City School. So is there going to be no daycare center on the south end of the county?
Are you asking me to respond?
I would like an answer to that. I would like somebody to respond to it. I asked Tony. Tony, I guess with Tony's, what is your thought on how this would serve, how $700,000 is going to serve the residents of the Traverse City School District? Will they drive to Sutton's Bay? I would like to understand. They'll drive to Sutton's Bay for those services?
Do you want to answer, or you don't have to answer?
You want that one question answered? No.
No, they won't drive to Sutton's Bay, or no, there won't be anything on the south end of the county?
Well, let's see. You want to pick and choose
All right.
a question, and then when I answer the question, you say, well, no, that's not what I meant. So here, that's the problem.
I guess I
want
to
understand. If you're confused, I understand.
No.
If you're confused, I understand.
Tony has the floor right now.
Okay. Well, then explain to me what the no is.
If you're confused, I understand. We will try to educate you. I'm not going to try, like when you asked me a question, how many 3-year-olds are in Leelanau County? I don't know.
That was in the report. It was a 0 to 5 question.
Okay, I understood you say 3-year-olds.
No, I said 0 to 5. How many 0 to 5-year-olds?
We have to let just one of you talk at a
Well,
time.
okay, so
You
my
can't
question
have a
is-
conversation here.
My question is then, one question, how are we serving those people that go to Traverse City schools? How will they be served?
They will have access to the exact same services as everybody else in Leelanau County through the health department, if that's how, assuming everything is approved and by the voters who gets to make the decision, not us.
So what are the 4 schools? So we'll have to drive.
You don't have to answer.
Well, Patricia can answer. So all the people on south end
We're
of
getting
county, will they
into,
be
I
expected
know.
to drive north to Sutton Spades? Will that be the closest daycare center? Or are you expecting to put a daycare center on the south end of the county?
And number one is not daycare. Number two, as Tony said, if you would like a workshop, we'd be happy to have one for you. We really would, because it is important for you to understand. Be happy to do it.
Well, I just, I appreciate getting this budget, because, I mean, I really would have liked to have it, at the last meeting. Because, I mean, it looks like you've got 80% of the budget of senior services for 10% of the population. And the senior services represents 40% of the population. So that's why I was having a hard time with the number that you're asking, because initially I heard 600,000, but then it was 730,000, and we're asking for 730,000 for 10% of the population. And with senior services, which is only 20% more than theirs, takes 40%, 4 times as many people that it takes care of. So it does seem to be excessively high when you start talking about the number of people in the population. Comparing it to senior services, it's considerably more money per family, per person, when you look at the dollar amounts, at least in if you go by the numbers of the population. I mean, isn't that right, that our population of seniors is 40% of our county, and the numbers you're talking about is 10%?
Well, if you're just counting kids, we're talking about families. This is something that serves families. It's not just children, and I think you also have to look at it from the standpoint of when you're serving senior services, you're serving a group of very important people, but at an end of, towards more the end of life. When you're serving with early childhood, those families, it's at the beginning of life. And we know that with a good foundation, you save an awful lot of tax dollars. That was the one slide that I put up for people who don't get into difficulties. But it's the way you're going to pay. Early childhood is expensive. I will not tell you that it is not. It is.
Well, I mean, when you gave the numbers for savings, you talked about the jail. We're not going to reduce they have to have 3 people there all the time. They have to heat it and take care of it. It's not going to reduce that.
Remediation.
Right. It's good. When you talked about, well, there was like two or three things on there, and all of those I saw is there's not going to be a reduction in those, because there's set amount of money that the county spends on it, and then whether it takes care of, like the jail, whether there's 2 people in there or 30, it costs just as much to run it for the people who have to be there. So the reductions, at least for Leelanau County, aren't going to be as significant as was indicated. But even if you talk families, then it's different, but it's called early childhood, development, or it's not called, family, and it's called senior service. So you're really talking about the children, and that's what is targeting, is the children. And so they do only make up, the 0 to 5 or 0 to 8 only make up 10% of the population. And you're taking 80% of the budget of senior services that takes care of 40%. And to me, the seniors need just as much, if not more, care than the youth. And so it just seems to be a highly excessive budget, if you go by those numbers. That was a point that I wasn't really sure about, but.
I can appreciate what you're saying. And seniors do need all the help we can give them.
Commissioner Rush.
Governing is a serious business. It demands our responsibility and our integrity, just like parenting or educating. That has equal importance. It was pointed out to me after the special meeting that the majority of the committee members have worked historically or currently, they belong to a government agency, worked for them, current or historically, and/or a nonprofit that served or have served children and the family needs mentioned. For myself, the passion that we saw during the what I think of as a theatrical performance, it was expected, because these people have a passion, as you do, in regards to this issue. I understand that. I sympathize for the needs in that area. But this is really about two separate issues. We have senior services that are crying for needs. We have addiction families crying for needs. We have young families that are crying for needs. And again, it's our job to bring that common sense element and look at it much like a business. We have to look at all the effects of our behavior when we are looking at imposing. Now, you're asking for a 5-year millage. Truth be had, it will end up like senior services, and it will be an ongoing service with increased costs and increased expansions over time. So this is not a temporary, let's see if it works. And I personally do not see where we have applied specific information before we took this action and put this imposition on the added county costs for November, which I don't know what the rush was, honestly. If we have a legitimate need, we should be able to, as I historically said, vet the process, look at the opportunities, see which way we should go, and address all of the critical, important issues, just like if you were evaluating a business. To do anything less, I will continue to speak out against this particular proposal in town meetings and whatnot, because we rushed to make a judgment about something that deserved more time, effort, and critical thinking. So, with all that said, my request for the information stands.
Commissioner Redmond.
I didn't feel at all rushed to make a decision, and I take exception to the word "we were rushed," because we obviously all weren't rushed. We've made the vote. I respect the information that we got from the committee. I studied other parts of reports and different things that were presented in the committee. I don't know why we're even having this discussion. I mean, it's like saying, you know, Jerry's asking for this much money to fix the dam. Well, do we have the minutes from the Dam Authority Board? And how do they know that that's the right thing to do? And should we, you know, beat that to death? I just don't think it's necessary. The vote's been taken. It's going before the voters. Let's just move forward. If you need more education, I think the committee has expressed interest in providing further education.
That is the crux.
Commissioner Wesson.
I do think a workshop would be helpful. I think as we move forward on this, we do need to have conversation about the pieces of it, and we need to have the health people here with us as well. So I would encourage us to have a workshop. I think requesting the information of the administrator that for next week is rushing that. I don't think that's realistic, but I think at the time we have a workshop, we can address all those questions. I would just note on our senior services, most of our services out of the senior services office are need-based and don't deal with the total 40%. I think we do need to keep that in mind.
Well, you know, and I would say that we already are addressing many of these children, you know, but you want to do it more. So it's already, some of it's being covered. So it's you know, it's one thing, but I do wish that we would have had a recommendation for the millage, for an amount, and even for a vote for that to come from the health board. We're making a decision for the health board without a recommendation from them. I mean, they said they support parenting communities, but they didn't say anything about a millage, and they didn't say anything about, you know, the early childhood development, which is what this is all, the whole millage is supposed to be for. So they didn't give an amount. This all came from the committee. Committee is supposed to report either to us or to the health board, and then we discern it and make a decision. What happened is the discerning got skipped. The committee did the discerning, and they made the decision, and we as a board just let that go. So you know, it really should have came from the health board as a recommendation before, not from the committee. That's my feeling as well. Commissioner Locke.
Yes, well, and that's part of my point. Your example with the dam absolutely makes no sense because we were presented with it today, and we get a week. We get a week. We get to read it in the paper. I get to get input from my constituents on it, and we get to come back next Tuesday and vote on it. We were not awarded that with this process. It was rushed through on a special meeting, and it was all orchestrated that way. You know, you can't deny that it was, and we have to give credit for the performance because it was a terrific performance. It did what it did. It disturbs me, though, to hear all. I guess I'm surprised that any of us survived growing up in this county, considering the lack of consideration or respect given to, or credit given to parents who have raised people in this county, to say that now suddenly we need all these services, or our children aren't going to be graduating from high schools, or they're not going to be anywhere but in the jail across the street, or they won't be anywhere but upstairs, when on the other hand, all those projections are going down because we've been putting so much money into those programs from what they tell us. We continue to have a full staff of probation officers because it's working, right? All this early, all the early at-risk things they're doing, and that's all working. So it was almost embarrassing to hear how many people look at the parenting in this county to think we need to start out with $700,000 and it'll just go up from there. It's alarming. I think there is often need, and I think that we had the opportunity to address that as we do now, and it could have been expanded through the health department with just some funding without having to go for a millage. And I don't think that was ever seriously considered.
Mr. Rush.
I have one more point to make. You know, when we look back at the desire to support our seniors, that board at that time went ahead, used general funds, I think of around $300,000 to start. And I'm not quite sure. I think it was a commissioner who may have promoted a millage to serve the needs. And it passed. And a few years later, quite a few years later, we discovered was it
Fraud.
second set of books?
Fraud.
Fraud. We discovered
A cover-up.
a cover-up.
Expenses.
We found services, we found that senior services employees or directors were seeking and suggesting services to seniors, irregardless of their incomes. You know, oh, we can bring your dock in, oh, we can put your dock out, or such things that never should have been allowed for the use of taxpayers' dollars. When I look at the committee that brought this information to us, one has to wonder if they don't have or they don't see an opportunity for self-improvement or self-opportunity. I mean, we don't know. We don't know. We didn't suspect that when the money went to the Senior Services Department. I know that's kind of a nasty remark to make, isn't it? But you know, the truth of the matter is I'm not saying these people weren't honest in their evaluation or in their passion. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that responsibility comes again to this board to discern that we have got the right program, the right budget, and we're serving the right needs. We weren't allowed that, and that's my biggest complaint, that there was no process. There were alarms brought forth by the clerk at the meeting with the mention of could be up to an additional $40,000 of cost. Not in our budget, Tony, to make your point. You know, that's a question I hear from you all the time. Is it in your budget?
Mm-hmm.
Was that question asked? No. I'm sorry that question wasn't asked to you, Michelle. But these are some of the points that I'm trying to make. We didn't do our job. It's a failure in my eyes.
I was going to move on to the next, to the next thing, or did you want to speak to it again?
Well, I don't think Tony's really had a chance to say.
I know.
I agree.
My only
Okay.
comment, which is not to start things, is an informational comment. Do not forget that anything, if a millage is passed, that the program will come back to the board. It will be well vetted through the health department board. Commissioner Bennett, they did not feel that it was their place, and Chairman Sauer said this several times, to be involved in any way in the millage. They felt that was not their job. They feel that if their money is available, that's when they would want to get involved with defining further, and that's why Lisa Peacock said, if you're asking me as the administrator, yes, I support this very much. So I think there might be a little confusion in terms of how roles are interpreted between the two boards, and that was the only thing I really wanted to say.
Can I ask the administrator a question in regard to that?
Yes.
Could you clarify for us, what is the typical avenue for the health department to come to this board for funding?
It's during our budget process.
It's during their budget process.
Well, ours, I assume they put together a budget proposal. We send out board packages to all of the funding units, as we do to every other organization. And they come back to us with a budget proposal, and we do during our normal summer budget process.
So technically speaking, if they would have had a desire to implement more programming in this area, one, we would have seen it on their planning documents at the beginning of the year or whenever they're,
It'd be right now during this process.
it would be submitted.
We send out budget requests, usually the first part of June to all organizations.
Okay, but do they not have their own process where they determine their annual goals and then they budget to their goals?
I would assume so, but we only get what they return back to us. If your question was, did they put anything on this, that's probably what the process answers.
In my research in regards to that, I personally found none.
There was nothing was submitted back to Michelle and I. And as you go through your budget, which is the next on the agenda, you'll see that there was no request.
In their planning last year, or at the beginning of the year, I saw no indication that they would be requesting or expanding or developing additional programming for this purpose. So, point of information.
And neither did the board see the packet. All the board ever saw was the interim report. So to say that the board, it was on, neither, apparently did they see a budget. They did not see the program, they did not see the budget. All they saw was a little interim report and voted support only for the one portion of the program.
I'd like to move on to another.
Move on.
All right, thank you. So now we move to boards and commissions openings.
All right, it's August, that's the time of the year we start the process on vacancies. So Laurel has done the research here. Is this in your, here's a revised copy. And Laura will go through it, just look how the openings are. And by your board policy, at some point you will schedule a committee of the whole meeting to review the nominations.
An apology. When I was starting the process, I created, well, I have several different reports because I don't have software that I can generate different reports from. So I have different reports and different programs that I have to manually enter all the information into. I have approached all the existing members that are highlighted in yellow by email. If they, because we changed our policy on boards and commissions, and the current applications, if they're over 4 years old, they have to be revised and be resubmitted. So I sent out emails to all those that are highlighted, thinking, okay, I've got that part done, not realizing I should have started this really at the beginning of the year and updated all of the commissioner appointments as well. So this one does have all the correct commissioner appointees listed.
So this one is just informational for you.
And actually, I borrowed this format from Kent County. I thought it was pretty nice to have it all in place and you can see where the terms are.
I appreciate the report. You do a nice job for us. Thank you. My question to you is, do you have any idea how many current applicants we have on file for different boards? Do we have 10 people, 20 people, 100 people? And I know they all pick different boards, but I just wonder what...
I would say at least 70.
Okay, so we got a wide variety.
But keep in mind, you know, you might have Parks and Rec where everybody wants to be on that board. And then you have solid waste where you have a lot of dedicated people who keep getting reappointed even though they're past their term limits because nobody wants to be on that board.
Well, they have to qualify for the positioning too, and sometimes that makes it a little bit more difficult. But, and you did say, or did you say that you reached out to certain boards to make the chairman of those boards or those departments aware that they're going to have a vacancy?
I actually start doing that closer to when you guys will be reevaluating everything, because then I'll ask them about maybe 2 months before the November meeting saying, okay, this guy's up for reappointment. What are your thoughts? Are you recommending them for reappointment? Or these are, and I also attach all the applications of those who are available.
I didn't need to ask that question, did I?
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
We do normally in this time of year run some ads and put it on the website so people can apply. start applying.
And I would recommend that if you have anybody or know anybody that you know, could be on the board, tell them to call Laurel and get an application. It does help, you know.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And I would recommend that we try to be consistent this year with our term limits.
We all try.
And we all ought to commit to that, and if we don't have any applicants, we ought to work hard at trying to find some.
Exactly. Very good. Thank you. So then that brings us to the MAC dues. Commissioner Law.
I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve for the 2019-2020 Michigan Association of Counties dues in the amount of $10,930.26.
Support.
Funds to come from, as presented.
Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
Can I have just a question? Have we ever got any pushback on this?
Nope, never once.
That's why we
This
keep,
astounds me.
Yeah.
that's why we keep
Yeah.
offering the same amount annually.
They did, maybe 2 years ago, they had a change, I think, in their support staff people.
Mhm.
So, lady called me, she was confused why we paid that amount. I said, well, look at your records and how much we paid the past year and so forth. And she said, oh, I'm so confused, you're the only county that does this. I said, well, okay, that's it. But never heard anything from them, never got another invoice, anything, so.
They knew 10,000 was better than zero because
Yes,
we were
yeah.
prepared to just pull out of MAC
Yeah.
because of the unfair funding mechanism in place.
Once again, it's that funding formula based on SCV, and it's a very complicated formula. that they
SCV and
use.
population. So
Yeah.
basically, we were paying $1 something per resident, where Detroit was paying, I think, 12 cents.
Yeah.
So we said, no.
Well, and that reminds me, you talked about the community mental health. And when we were at the airport meeting the other day, Traverse City complained about it because they pay $7 per population per person. It said Leelanau County pays about $5 per person, and all the other places pay $2 or less per person. You know, so that just shows that Leelanau County and Grand Traverse County are way out of formula. But we're stuck with that, and it can't be changed.
We're stuck with it, that's right.
Thank you. That moves on to the revised county board policy.
Yeah, we just want some clarification here, and we had some recent issues with employees maybe not reading or understanding the policy, and to avoid any confusion, because that puts the accounting department and Michelle in a tricky position where they have to come down and say, well, you didn't follow the proper procedure, you didn't commit the proper form, you overspent. And so we try to do is address all those issues and concerns that we've had into revised policy. So really, Michelle did a lot of work on this to try to make it as clear as possible. We're not changing any of the end goals. It's just when people read it, they know they need to have, instead of just turning in a credit card receipt, they need to turn in a detailed receipt of what they spent the money on. And that's just probably the prime example. We have people that just turn a credit card receipt for X dollars. So, well, where's the breakdown? You know, was alcohol included or not included? And I would say 95% of the people are honest, but we've had a few cases where people have submitted receipts. We actually called the hotel, and it turns out there were alcohol related, but they just turned in a credit card receipt. So we're not changing any of the procedures per se. This is just a clarification and an update. And so when someone reads that, it doesn't put Michelle and her staff in an awkward position. Well, we have to turn you down. You know, sometimes it's a minor event, but policies are policies, and people have to follow them. And most people do. 95% of people do. We have a few percentage of people that choose not to, for whatever reasons.
Commissioner Locke.
I was just going to say, I saw in claims and accounts going through, and it makes me weird, somewhere in claims and accounts that there was a couple of reimbursements to employees for something. Well, what I wondered is, if they're just paying it out of pocket, they're paying tax. And we can't reimburse them for
Correct.
that tax, right? So they have to absorb that tax, right?
Can I respond?
Sure.
Today, I just made a note, in the few minutes I've been in the office. I have had 2 pay registrations by their own credit card instead of walking down to the office. I've had one purchase office supplies on their own credit card without calling down. I had 2 others that had submitted meals and stuff with taxes. The taxes are taken off. They don't understand some of this stuff they pay Social Security on. So we'll probably be coming to you in the next couple months with another policy to stop some of this. It's multiple calls, it takes a lot of time.
Well, could we just tell them we're simply not going to reimburse them anymore?
Well,
if
I
they don't
think the
call?
ones, we just have to remind them 1 or 2 more times and they might.
Yes, in theory we could, but we always, some of them are just not understanding the process or being maybe a little naive, so we want to punish them. Hopefully it's education, but what you have in front of you is the revision that really clarifies a lot of what they claim are gray areas. So we actually took their concerns, and we actually had one person who has a history of doing this. We said, okay, come up with a policy. Tell us what are the gray areas. And they did, and we addressed those in this policy. Commissioner Rushing.
I'll tell a tale on myself. At a MAC conference at the, dinner. It was a formal dinner, and I think, Chet, you were there?
Yep, I think so, yep.
And
Yep.
the girl comes around and she asked everybody what kind of wine they would like. I assumed it came with the dinner. So I ordered a small glass of wine, and of course the added charge went on the bill, and when Michelle got the bill, the roof went up 10 feet. I said, what are you talking about? I hardly ever drink ever in my life. I said, but here's this glass of wine that they're being charged. I was dumbstruck. I thought it was included. So it can be done by mistake. But point of clarification in regards to this, because I don't know that actually I read it. Typically, when I go to the Met conference in Lansing, I elect to use the valet parking because I found out that it's actually cheaper to use the valet parking as opposed to going in and out of the parking garage, because the rate is different. So, and typically I put it on the credit card, and is that no longer allowed?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
Because it's itemized.
Well, in the spirit of honesty, since you were so kind enough, I'll give another example that she caught me on, so everybody's the same. One conference, they were saying there was no breakfast, so I went and got a cup of coffee and a muffin. I just got a credit card receipt for $6, $7. They rejected it because I didn't have my receipt. But they were kind enough to call down there and actually got a copy of the receipt for me. But that's just an example, that they really do try to help people. We don't want to punish someone, but we do need everyone to follow the same policies.
I agree.
And one department can't be treated different than a different department. And that's kind of where we're getting into that issue here.
Commissioner Ansel.
I actually have a question about the document itself here, if I may. There's on item 6, it says only individual reimbursement requests will be considered. If you got 2 people traveling to an event, one person's driving, one person should just turn in the...
One person.
Oh, for mileage. We're talking about meals.
For mileage, but this is what happens. You go for a day trip. You ride together. One person gets the mileage. That's covered in here. It's also covered in here that when you stop for lunch, you each have to pay for your own. You can't use a system where, heck, you drove, I'll pay for you, then turn it into us for reimbursement. Because under IRS regulations, it's a taxable fringe benefit, and the policy says 1 person per thing.
Yeah, but when I read this, it would sound like I can't, if I'm driving and I pay for the travel there, that I can't turn in for that other person who was riding in the car.
You can't turn in, they can't turn in the mileage till we pay the mileage.
So I can only claim half the expense.
No, you can claim 100% of the mileage expense, the other person can't claim.
You see what I'm saying?
I will help you understand.
Now I'm afraid.
You should be.
That's our goal, speak for Michelle.
Can we have a motion, please?
So move, as presented.
Go ahead.
I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the changes made and updates made to the travel policy, county travel policy.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Then we have auditing services.
Yeah, the next three is, Michelle and I would like to get some, I guess, directions from you. This is a year where our contracts with our audit services, with our cleaning services, and with our HVAC services expire in December, so we have time. And so we just want to get some direction on you if you wish to go out for bids, or if you wish us to negotiate and come back with a proposal. As background, all three of those were out for bids 3 years ago. They're all 3-year contracts. We went through the formal bid process for auditing, cleaning services, and for HVAC services. So we did that. We interviewed those companies. We'll start with the auditing, and that's one that impacts Michelle, so I'll let Michelle talk about that. We currently have a contract with Raven, as you well know.
We do, and the auditors obviously work for the Board of Commissioners. We are satisfied with the current firm. We view it as the same as your attorney firm, and we would just like the ability to negotiate with Riemann for an extended contract and to tie the road commission in for perhaps a more consistent and lower cost. We were happy with their services. We would not recommend a change.
Go ahead.
The road commission.
Correct.
We don't pay for that every year. We pay that, was it what, every third year or so?
We pay for that every other year.
Every
but
other
there
year.
is some movement to see if there's any consideration because it is such a large component of our audit. And if we could get the price low enough, if we would pay for it. If not, I think they would be interested in committing to going with the same firm as us, is what I'm being told. And so that would impact the cost if we can keep that consistency.
So we have to have their buy-in to do that.
We do.
No. Well, but I thought we had the authority if we chose to
Yes.
mandate it, right?
We do.
But then we pay for it completely.
Then you pay for it, yes.
I understand that.
But it is a huge component even of ours.
So, I mean, is there any negotiation? I'm sorry, Commissioner West.
How many years have we had Raymond?
We've had them for a fairly long time. I think they came in about the same time that Cole Stoker did.
You know, at least one thought on auditors, periodically you ought to get a second opinion. I don't know if this is the time or not, but at some point, we might want to entertain taking bids.
We did, that was the last time we did that. We interviewed, can't remember, 4 or 5
There was quite a few.
companies that came in, yeah. So we did go through that process.
Went
We
through the
certainly could
process.
do it again, that's up.
We went through the process, but we didn't change auditors.
No, but we went through the bidding process, yes.
And I'm suggesting that at some point, we may want to actually change the auditor. Even if it is a little bit more work for the clerk's office, probably.
It's not a matter of more work for us. There's mandatory rotation of the auditors that do perform the county. Your constant is your liaison that you talk to, the principal, Steve Riemann, as far as who comes in to audit us. That has to rotate because they can't keep their licensing if they did not rotate every about 2 or 3 years. They're required to because of all the county schools and the level of audit. I know he's explained it, and I'm not doing it.
You get a different auditor, but the same.
The firm has been the
Right.
same firm for many years.
Commissioner Locke.
I would, if we're ready, I would try to make a motion on this.
Go ahead.
So I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to authorize the administrator
Yeah, I would negotiate.
and clerk to negotiate with Raymond Robson for an auditing contract and to negotiate a contract that would include the road commission in our audits. And if you want that cleaner, I can amend it.
Not hearing a second, we'll move on.
Well,
What?
I have a question about,
Well, we have to have a second though before we discuss it.
I'll second.
All right.
My question is that with the motion, you're saying that we're automatically going to include the road commission?
No, I was trying to split it in the sense where to negotiate a contract with Reamer Robson and then also negotiate what it would be to include the road
What
commission
I can
every year.
suggest,
an
actually, we did this
alternate.
last time,
Mhm.
we asked them to come up with both options, with
Right.
and without the road commission.
Okay, yeah, I'm good with that.
And if I may, for point of information, how many years now has that been at? I think you asked that, what was the length and what was the answer?
It's been the longest Cole Stoker that we've had them.
I couldn't,
Because they've been-
before my time.
They've been different names.
Okay.
I think it's 17 years or
It's
something like that,
been-
the last time we looked.
Yeah.
It's been-
We can find out by next Tuesday night for you.
It's been a long time.
Being involved with other audits on other boards and seeing how other companies operate, I have to, in my opinion, say that I think they do an outstanding job, for whatever that's worth.
I think they did too, but I think it's a healthy discussion to have.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think we ought to find out for sure how many years, and then if we move it forward to next Tuesday, I'd like to have a little bit more discussion about the advisability of at least considering another auditing firm.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Ansel.
In your comment, I have been on a board where they did switch auditing firms, and there was a significant issue that was raised that the IRS could have come back against them.
Mhm.
It just,
Always-
they had never caught it, but,
Yeah.
you know, it does happen.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, so then we're to the Government Center Complex.
Yeah, the cleaning, this is one I actually do have a recommendation on. We have switched, since the building was open, we had various companies in here. All the previous companies, we have chosen not to renew their contracts for services. We did go out 3 years ago. The company we have here is by far the best we've had, just for you. They're from Leelanau, the owners live down the road. They have been much more responsive, and I would feel very comfortable at least trying to negotiate an extension with them.
It's solutions.
Solutions for use name the company. Our current contract with, just to back up, our auditing service last year was $44,500. Our cleaning contract is $79,991. But I would say we try to negotiate with them for an extension.
Commissioner Redenbach.
I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners for the administrator to negotiate complex cleaning contract options with Solutions for You. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. So then the mechanical contract.
Yeah, that contract is with D&W. We did that out 3 years ago. Matter of fact, Commissioner Bunnick was part of the team that interviewed 4 companies, I think. Is that correct?
I believe it was.
At that time, we looked at some other options in terms of how we could structure it. They were not receptive this time, but I think they may be this year. And so D&W obviously now with the HVAC system is integral here, and Gary O'Connor. And I think we may have some unique opportunities to maybe restructure the amount we're paying in a different format. As you know, we get bills. We don't know how much we're going to pay. Technically, our contract with them is for the maintenance that they do twice a year. That's $18,584. That's a minor piece because we get charged per hour. On top of that, of $80 per hour, we may be able to restructure that. Last time, Commissioner Bunnick and I tried to talk them into a different format. We are set for so many dollars per year for so many hours that we would use, that wouldn't be getting nickel and dime for every time Gary comes out here. And that time we're not able to work it out, but I think we may have an opportunity to do it this time. So at least, I'd like to at least try to negotiate a different type of contract with them. All these contracts expire in December, so if we're not successful, we still have plenty of time to go out for bids. I'm not saying we don't go out for bids,
but at least let's see where they're at, especially with all the projects going on with the heat pump chair, everything else. I think we may have a unique opportunity. Commissioner.
Do you need a motion for this as well?
Well, if you wanted to try to renew the contract.
Yes.
Okay, I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that the audit administrator review the renewal options with D&W and going ahead with our mechanical contract.
Second form.
Yeah, I do think that the contract we have right now works out in their favor because they do have that 18,000 for the maintenance, of all the machines, which he did. But lots of times he does that when we have another call. He'll come and do the call, which he gets paid for on an hourly basis, and then he does the mechanical. So it does work out, I think, in their favor more than in ours. But, I mean, it's smart on their part how they do it. I mean, but that's what tends to happen, is the maintenance gets done when he's coming on another call.
But
Not that that's bad, it's just,
And like I said, Commissioner Ansberger, please know we did bid out all of these things the last time, so we did follow our policies. But I think we may have a unique opportunity this time with DPW.
then the final item is the auctions.
Did we vote?
Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
On all auctions, we just ask you to move it up till next week. The deadline is it Friday?
Next Monday.
Next Monday, the bids. They're online as we have in the past for the vehicles. We'll have the results next Tuesday night for you.
Commissioner Law.
I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to move the consideration of the Leelanau County Sheriff's Office vehicle auction results for approval to next week's regular session.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. And we go to review of financials.
I thought there was two, I saw paid, reimbursement to employees, but I just went back through them and I see one. But it sounds like we're already on top of that one. I was wondering why that was the situation, but I think that was all I had.
Anyone else? All right, we'll move on to, are there any special reports by staff commissioners or affiliated agencies?
Actually,
Oh, sorry.
A reminder from Community Mental Health that next week's board meeting is here in Leelanau County downstairs at 12:30 on Thursday.
Open to the public.
Open to the public.
Is this public?
What you're getting passed out right now is an overview of our inaugural video recording results. There are a lot of different reports to choose from, and I'm going to work with Ron on narrow those down. But it's at the top, it'll tell you which meeting, and you'll see the views listed, the watch time, and if there's any subscribers. So beginning of the special session in July to our latest, which was the budget work session on August 8th, it'll kind of give you an idea. I guess the biggest one was the special session August 6th, where we had 83 views with a total time of 1.7 probably 1,700 minutes.
Wow.
That's just a little snapshot.
Commissioner Ansel.
When we originally proposed this, there was some discussion about how much it'd be used. And there are more people watching the videos than attending in person. So I think it was very worthwhile.
But more than listening? Is that the case? Well, you used to be able to listen to them. What's the difference from when you listen to watch? This is what I'm saying. Is it a big increase because they can now watch?
We have no
Or is
way
it-
of tracking who listens. But the listening and watching are all tied together, so it could be a moot point.
But we could look at, do we have the numbers before we went to
No.
video?
You can't track that because that's an internal thing.
Okay, that's that's my point. So we don't know that
The
it's a big
difference.
increase. We don't know that.
No, my point was, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
My point was, there are more people
Watching.
than attending in person.
Oh, I see what you're
Right.
saying.
I think her
Oh.
point was, there might be just as many, they're just the people who were listening before now watch
Yeah, I
it
see
instead of
what you're
listening. Right. So in that, to me, that made me think that maybe the judge could just have the videos put in like this instead of hiring another person.
There's a legal requirement there, I'm sure.
I don't know if there is or not, but
I'm sure there is.
then they could see who's speaking. But that was just an idea.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Not off track. Now,
It won't be the first time any of us got off track.
so, all right, so then, any other special reports? I have one about the Ironman. We're going to have that coming up here really quick, and they're going to have four separate different things involved. The Leland's going to be in Empire, Sutton's Bay will be at Tom's, Northport EMS is going to be the rover running around, and then we'll also have at the head of the, I'm not sure where the station is going to be, but both Kelly and Matt will be at the head of wherever the distribution is going to be. I'm not sure where that's going to be. I think it's their mobile headquarters. So that's all going on.
Oh, are you done?
No, well, I
Go
just
right
had,
ahead.
there is the one internet provider is now on Maple City Tower. That's all, that's in
That's
and done. And then they're all doing some kind of a homeland security plan. You know, they're for the schools, and Networks North is even doing their own security plan. So I just think that those were some of the things from 911 that were reported at our meeting. Yes.
Now I have some exciting information to share. As of this morning, around 10 o'clock, there was a public announcement made for the airport. The airport is, Allegiance is currently providing new year-round, nonstop flights, Traverse City to Phoenix or Mesa, Arizona. Wow! The aircraft being used will seat approximately 176 people on each flight.
They're
So that's a
jets.
pretty good-sized aircraft.
It's a jet.
And it will be a weekly flight. I'm sure the numbers will be small, you know, as far as available times for flight, but it is a direct flight from Traverse City, so there we go. We keep expanding to other parts of the world. Little old Traverse City.
And I would have to say the prices are coming down. 'Cause I
Yeah,
just
they
got a
are.
round trip
Yeah,
from
you're right.
Spokane to Spokane and back for $300.
On Allegiant?
From, no, on Delta.
Well, just in that vein, I'm driving a U-Haul out to New York City and coming back, less than $200, direct flight, 2 hours. That alone is worth the time, not having to sit at an airport somewhere,
Oh, yeah.
wait a couple hours for a different flight. So for 2 hours, I can get from New York to Traverse City for less than $200.
So that's all my exciting news for today.
That's exciting.
Any other reports? Yes.
I just wanted to mention that when we were at that meeting about the Ironman, there's going to be road closure on M72 from Tom's West Bay all the way out to Empire. And they'll have one lane open. And then from Benzonia Trail south of M72, I'm not sure exact distance of that, but the road's going to be closed in both directions.
Oh, my.
That'll be
It's
fun.
going to present
Well,
some.
Yeah.
all part of growth, I guess.
For Traverse City. Anyway, okay, so then that's, we're at public comment. Please.
Eric Carlson from the Leelanau Enterprise. Maybe you'd heard we've had some press problems those problems are continuing and it's changing deadlines. For example, normally I'd be writing up this story tonight and tomorrow morning through 10 a.m. My deadline now is like in an hour.
Oh.
So it's like, if you'll be surprised at what you don't see in this week's paper, just because of the deadlines changing. The other thing I wanted to mention is, and we have an editorial about this whole early childhood thing in this week's paper. Kind of the take I want to, I think maybe you should understand that maybe you don't, sitting up there, is that the focus now is what do the voters think? Nobody cares what you guys think about it anymore, quite frankly. And not as much as what the voters think. I mean, so, and that kind of skews the coverage too, I think, is how are people outside of this room going to be thinking about this set of proposals? Not necessarily what you think. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
A comment from John Holcomb. He asked me to read it, kid to leave. And this is based on discussion that happened before. That's John Holcomb. I do not think we should use public property for private enterprise. It states, I think, if I can read it right, it starts a precedent for other requests and restricts or limits the use of the land. John Holcomb.
And that was in regards to
The
tower?
Just a tower and talk about maybe having a restaurant here at the bottom, and he just, example, so I think he was just, I don't want to speak on his behalf, this is all he.
Okay, okay.
He asked me to read it.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to commissioner comments. Seeing none, we'll move to amendments and transfers. Yes.
Just for next week, so that you know, we will be presenting some amendments and transfers. We will, after we meet internally, have motions. Should you choose to go ahead with some of this HVAC, that it would be helpful if the money transfers actually pass, if we're going to do the project, so we have the funds to pay for it. You'll also see, for our roof project, we approved the expenditure out of capital projects building fund, and we will be bringing forth a transfer to approve, because as we explained earlier, we were short around $300,000 in that fund to cover the full purchase price, and since they're moving along, we want to make sure that those funds get in there. So it'll be a combination probably between the DTR and the general fund balance. We just have to look at those numbers, and that's where the funding will come from your other projects that you're considering. Okay, so they'll be here for you next week.
Thank you. So there are no amendments and transfers, so then we'll move to claims and accounts. Commissioner Lott.
I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $115,103.87.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Recommend approval of post audit, $1,357,368.19.
Support. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We are adjourned. Now we can start another meeting.
For how long?
Yeah, I don't know. Take 5 minutes.